Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Not a care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating along This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. Too loud. Oh. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6-year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone. Incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly, truly, truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway,
Do I miss you?
Damn it. Oh, keep going. Anyway.
Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Way at now, did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking. And your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, few years flew past you, and you worry. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car. And I'm still searching for that feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described them. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Okay, don't move on myself. Back. Don't move. Still gonna buy it, or should I have a glass of peanut butter?
Oh, yeah, he said we could. Give me a glass, bitch.
low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home, I guess I'm okay, I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you, but the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling, but we were good. Standing still, right beside me, you were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame 2 ways. By the wayside, you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then, but getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody guess I made it. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own. It's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time. Cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was never in question.
Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Wait, today, like, okay, listen. The audio is weird. I don't know. Okay. One, hello, everyone. Long time no stream. Long time no see. I hope everyone's doing well. It's so good to see everyone. The audio might be weird. I was hearing clicks in the audio. So let me know. Does the audio sound fucked up to anybody? Like how are we looking? How are we sounding? My bit rate looks like it's tanking, which is where I assume the sound is coming from, like the clicking is coming from. But I think I fixed the bit rate issue for the sound. I don't know. So as you guys might remember, Slobs fucking took a slob, you know, on me. Slobbed on me, and not in the good way. It fucking deleted all my fucking shit. Deleted all my motherfucking scenes, so I was like, alright, well, fuck, my life is ruined. I might as well finally make the switch over to OBS from Slobs. So the reason why I used slobs from the beginning was because I'm a Mac user, right? You know, yes, okay, get it out now. Yes, Mac user, whatever. Okay, all right. So I had to use slobs, but now OBS has like they updated their software to work with Apple Silicon because I have an M1 Mac Mini, and it works great. It's just that I had to like, you know, start from complete scratch and try to recreate my aesthetic that I had so dialed in for my entire streaming life. Streaming career, I guess. Like my setup, like as far as my settings in OB or slobs, and like my visual aesthetic, the audio settings, everything has been the same for fucking ever because I had it dialed in perfectly. Because I know now that Streamlabs was so damn taxing on my CPU because I have a Mac Mini and I bought it not thinking that I was gonna end up being a streamer, and it has no dedicated GPU, so there's only a CPU. There's just a hardware, or a software encoder. Where am I going with this? Oh, basically, it fucking ate up all of my CPU when I was stream. Here, let me fucking pop on here. What's up, everybody? Oh, streaming on slobs, it would be using at least 30% of my CPU while I have like, you know, a browser open, you know, all my cameras, like the 3 different cameras, or like the 2 different cameras, and the like the screen capture, display capture, all of that. It would be hitting like over 30% on average of my CPU. Now, right now, currently, because of OBS being optimized for Apple Silicon, I'm sitting pretty at 8% of my CPU. What the fucking actual fuck? It's like, wow. Like, holy fuck. So, it's way better, as you might hopefully be able to. I mean, let me know how it looks and sounds. Like, are we in 1080p? Are we in 60 frames? Is it choppy for you? Does everything look and sound good? Like, please be harsh. Things look more HD? Let's fucking go. That's that shit I like. That's that shit I do like. So yeah, let me know. You sound great. Okay, cool. And I tried to set up my like the green screen, like so I can be on cam again finally, and not and finally morph back from my tofu form. But that's like a whole other extra work. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. Cause I had to start streaming. It's already almost midnight. God damn it! I said it's a 480p and it's looking great. Okay. Hard to tell with your tofuber. Hard to tell. Oh, if it's like HD or how it's looking. Okay. Sounds and looks great. Is this harsh enough? Listen, you could be harsher, but I appreciate it. Anyway. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. How are you guys doing, chat? What's up? It's so good to see you all. Sorry I've been so not here. Hard to tell the frame rate. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. What's up, everyone? What's up, Midnight Dime? What's up, Cosmodeus Maximus? 1080p looking good. Let's fucking go. What's up, Dusty? What's up, Chris the Nerd? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Spilled Bag of Ice? What's up, Diosu? What's up, Folistan? What's up, Seriously? What's up, Blue Room? What's up, Forlorn? What's up, Darank Dank? What's up, Euphemisticism? What's up, Adorant? What's up, Chris the Nerd? What's up, Sev? Who else is in here? Who else up in this bitch? What's up, Bleak? What's up, Mr. J Logic? What's up, Bill Boneless? What's good? Who else is in here? Who else is in here? Sound off. How's it going, everybody? What's up, Ragnar? What up? It's good to see you. What's up, Katie? What's up, Round Girl? What's up, Blood Glow? UCLA turning their campus into a police state is gross as fuck. Yes. But also, we have a lot to go over today. UCLA is not where the police state ends, we'll say, okay? It is not where the police state begins and ends, fam. My goodness gracious. We have a lot to look at, including, like, attending Gaza protests. The feds are watching, from the FBI to the Forest Service. The government's anti-Semitism police have their marching orders. Like, the police state is all around you, and also cake astronaut meme. It always has been, but now more than ever has the mask fallen from the face of society. Texas hella clear. That's that 1080p shit, baby. Yeah, we can tell from this morning they're listening everywhere. Yes, which we should. What's up, Brett? Good to see you. Brett and I tomorrow, perhaps, tentative, I believe. We will definitely be having a conversation related to that, kind of generally about how tactics, which I would think include OPSEC. It should include OPSEC. And just tactics, just generally. So yes, tune in tomorrow. We will be having a conversation about that. I saw the arrest in the parking lot. Yes, we have so much to go over today. God damn it! I wish I didn't start so fucking late in the fucking evening. But you know, god damn it, tech issues. Not issues. I just like had to wrap up. Well, kind of both, but I had to wrap up like finishing all my settings. Yeah. So we got a lot to look at. A whole fucking lot. I want to look at. God damn it. We have so much to look at. Big subject today is going to be Round Girl was alluding to, talking about a situation at UCLA, relating that to the greater cause. I have so much coverage. We have the Teen Vogue piece from yesterday that I thought was good. Campus protest. Okay, I forgot. I also forgot how to talk and read. Campus protests. Police clashes at Columbia University and UCLA prove they don't belong there. Like, if you... I like, it's still crazy to me how like radical Teen Vogue of all publications is. And I'm not complaining. I love it. I think it's great. We got so much to look at. Oh my god, I'm so disorganized today, chat. You're gonna have to bear with me as I get back into the flow. All right. I think we're in an okay spot. But anyway, it's been a while. What have I been up to? One, how have you all been feeling? If you had to describe the way you're feeling right now with one word, what would it be? Two, what have I been up to lately? I don't know, dude. It's been, how long has it been? When was the last time I streamed? Oh, we had the quote unquote test stream when Zionists were attacking UCLA. So since then, you know, obviously, you know, even since before then, things have been very hectic. Things have been very fucking hectic. There's been a lot of things going on. Last Monday, hi, love that for you. Hi, love that for you. Present, I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad you're present. Heartburn, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry, Joey the Bastard. Chill, love that for you. Anxious, I feel that, same. I'm right there with you, Chris the Nerd. Tumultuous, shit, damn. Chilled, silly, on edge, yeah, feel that. I feel that. Depressed, feel you, Ragnar. I see you. I'm glad to have you here. In between, okay. There's a group that does events regularly for years in Gaza. Regularly for years for Gaza. I drag my mom along sometimes. There's a group that does events. Is that what you've been up to lately? Is that what you're saying? Film the Police pilled. Love that for you. Film the Police was arrested today along with fucking... Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Oh my god. I had to sleep on the floor because my futon broke. What? No. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw that shit. Yes, multiple people, including... Okay, Film the Police, a cat with the news, like multiple photojournalists, right? Multiple journalists, an ex or a former mayoral candidate, Gina Viola, and multiple National Lawyers Guild representatives, legal observers, were arrested today at UCLA. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Police state and all that. That shit was insane. Went for over an hour in his pocket. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't catch that. I didn't know that he was live. Or actually, I did know he was live, but I sleep during the day. So I've been, I sleep on and off. Anyways, fuck, we should get into it, I guess. What else have I been up to? There's been a lot of things to pull up to in person in the past week or so, week and a half. There's been that. There's been a lot of fucking, there's been the Drake, Kendrick shit. There's been, I was in a WAPO article with a bunch of fucking legends. Fucking, what else? Yeah, protests. I went to an If Not Now, like vigil, or a Shabbat outside of the Los Angeles City Hall, which was fucking cool. What else? What the fuck have I been up to? I feel like I've been up to a lot and I'm having trouble right now. Yeah, Drake got lyrically murdered this weekend. Listen. It is so, yeah. Like, we're not gonna do the whole song and dance, right? Like, I'm not gonna react to it all. Like, I've have listened to these damn songs so much the past few days. Man, it's bad when Drake responds and it's like, yeah, nah, man, everybody's still bumping, Not Like Us, bro. They not like us. It's, yeah, man. Yeah, not beating the pedo allegations, honestly, and fuck, dude. All I'll say really is this, because we're not gonna spend too much time, because there's so much like more important shit to talk about today. Obviously, I'm very interested in this kind of stuff too, but I priorities or whatever. I still, the main thing I'll say is it still really hasn't hit me. Like, it hasn't like really like set in that we might actually be looking at the end of Drake's run. Like, it's been so long. Like, it's been so damn long. You know what I mean? Like, it's been so damn long that Drake has been like the top of everything. So it's like, is this truly it? Like, is it actually happening right now? That shit is wild. It still hasn't hit me yet. Another Weinstein where everyone knew about it. I mean, the thing is, like, we're gonna be talking about this for so long, and there's gonna still be so much more to come out of it, and you know what I mean? Like, who knows how we'll look back on this in 5 years, 10 years, even less than that, right? Because I don't know, I feel like more happens in shorter spans of time, since we're so like, society moves so much quicker and at a higher volume, if that makes sense, because of the internet. K-Dot literally anticipated Drake's comeback. Oh, you mean with Meet the Grams? Oh, speaking of which, fucking TikTok fucking silencing me, dude. TikTok fucking silencing me, bro. Hold up. TikTok fucking silencing me. Oops, what the hell?
The family matter and the truth for the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar.
I saw this at the If Not Now Shabbat thing.
God's plan to show y'all the liar.
They didn't like it. They fucking suppressed this shit. Because I said, like, colonizer probably, and fucking, I don't know.
You not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth for the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the
Some West Coast shit. Look at how, bro, I pull up to the function like, goddamn. Goddamn. Too hot for TikTok, yeah. You gotta learn to speak in TikTok code. I don't know how to do it, dude. And I also don't know how to like use the TikTok app. It's so much easier just posting clips from my fucking Twitch. You know what I mean? I need somebody, listen. I just eventually want to get to a place where I'm able to just like pay somebody like really well to just do that shit for me. Like, I don't know fucking how to do that. I don't know how to fucking TikTok. That makes me feel like such a boomer. Yeah, dude. It's like, bro, fuck you, bitch. I'm not old. Bitch. Not beating the millennial allegations. Yeah, it's fucking Jover for me. It's fucking Jover for me, to be honest. Just do stitches and yell at people who are wrong. Honestly, I need to get in. I probably should just get into that, huh? I should just probably get into some fights or something on TikTok. Anyway, let's get into it, chat. Let's get this night started. All right, we got the music going. We got a lot to look at, chat. Let me pull up the playlist. Oh, man. Sorry, I am super unorganized today, or disorganized? Yeah, disorganized today. You know, I got a lot going on, all right? Be fucking, you know, be nice to me. Be nice to me. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah. 808? 808? What, these? Nah, those are Akai drum machines. This one is the Rhythm Wolf. This is the Tomcat. Yeah. It's got like an 808. It's their analog, but they have like an 808 style sounding sub bass. Kind of like that. It's kind of like that. I love Akai pads. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like the Akai pads. Just period. What's up, Real Zach? Yeah, the Akai pads are the most comfortable pads, and the way that they respond there's nothing like it. Nothing like it. But we got a little daily dose of internet, that a couple of them that we've missed, so we'll look at the older one. We got the top stories for the day, of course, all the top US world headlines. There was no Reuters one today for whatever reason, so we got Associated Press, PBS, and Democracy Now, aka Democracy, in a few minutes. We'll tap in with the Orange Man real fast. We'll tap in with just assorted protest things. Okay, this is going to be the most jumbled part of the stream because it's like I didn't have time to really like organize a good flow for like the order in which we talk about all these things. But we have a bunch of assorted fucking protest things around the nation, from UCLA specifically today, even international. Let's see. Hamas accepts ceasefire. Israel going forward with Rafah invasion. We have Al Jazeera being banned by Israel. Oh, we still haven't fucking watched the don't look at this red line. That doesn't mean, I swear to God, I did not react to it. I swear to God, I didn't. I swear to God. We're gonna look at Gremlo and Cinemarxism's piece on Angola, also edited by Oni Spomoni. And then we have a bunch of fun shit. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. But you know what we're gonna do, chat, before we get into the daily dose of internet and then the top US and world headlines? We are gonna run an ad break. Oh, also, Hamma, thank you so much for the 7 months. I fucking forgot. I haven't set up my fucking alerts yet. God, my life is in shambles. My whole life is in shambles. I'm a fucking mess. Thank you so much, Hamma. I really appreciate that. Thank you. God, I fucking forgot. I fucking forgot. We're gonna run a quick ad break. If you want to avoid the ads, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghosty emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are just starting the day off at 0 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting the stream in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. We took a little bit more than a week off, or like about a week off. So because of that, obviously, as it tends to happen, our sub count has fallen dramatically. So like I said, if you enjoy the content, consider supporting. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay, we are back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through the ads, I appreciate you. Thanks for doing that because it does help out the stream. Speaking of help out the stream, Nilo Matt Moon, thank you so much for 2 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much. We are so back. Okay. Okay, let's start off with a little bit of light shit. Let's do a little daily dose and let's get into the motherfucking news. Hello. Hello? Wait, hello? Oh my god. Wait, don't spoil. Bitch.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Oh. Whoops. Oh my god, it's still dripping.
Hello guys, welcome to my vlog. Alright, check that.
Not me jumping too. See, this is why I need to be back on camera, okay? Because my gasp doesn't do it justice. Not me jumping IRL also, okay? Like I was about to fucking have that bug in my face, like. Oh!
Someone put these flyers up all over New York City, and it worked. Over
Why is this so
1,000
dank
people
now?
showed up to watch a man eat a jar of cheese balls.
What? I've had this dream before. Wait. I've had this dream before. Wait, pinch me. Wait, hold on.
Someone put these flyers up all over New York City, and it worked. Over 1,000 people showed up to watch a man eat a jar of cheese balls.
Beat those balls. Beat those balls. Beat those balls.
Wow. Oh my god, his hand is so orangey. His hand has so much Cheeto dust on that bitch. Oh my god. Eat those balls. Let's go.
A few days ago, Nebraska had some crazy tornadoes.
Bro, why are you, bro? See, motherfuckers be like, I don't know how you can live in California. Aren't earthquakes so scary? Motherfucker, have you ever seen a fucking tornado before? Like, I promise you earthquakes are fucking bitch shit. Like, earthquakes are fun and kind of silly. You know what I mean? You're like, ooh, that was a little shake. Like, what is this? Tornadoes make me homesick? Bro! Make me homesick. Home sweet home. Like, this is actually terrifying. Like, there's nothing. Okay, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Earthquakes are kind of like not that cool. I mean, they're more like fun and silly. You're like, oh, that was a weird little thing. Everybody like goes to Twitter and to be like, oh, earthquake, yeah. This, like, people in Omaha, like in Nebraska, or like wherever, Brett, where are you from again? Like, do people in Tornado Town like go to Twitter to be like, ooh, tornado, the way that like Angelinos do for fucking earthquakes? Kansas City. That's right. Like, I don't think so. No way. We pull out lawn chairs and open the garage door. See, like, me looking at this person, this video, it's like, dog, you're sitting here filming this shit, which, like, you know, thank you for the content. But, like, I would be in my fucking tornado bunker, which I have to assume that everybody has a tornado bunker, right? Like I would be hiding in the closet or in the bathtub or like whatever the fuck you're supposed to do. This is absolutely terrifying. But then, you know, we got Brett just like pulling out the lawn chairs, cracking open beers, the brewskis. Oh my god.
I can't believe he did this right next to a real baby.
What? Holy. Oh my. Motherfucking Magneto just entered the chat. Like, that's insane. Vacuum goes burp. Science, bro. That is actually terrifying. Like, in this moment, I'd be like, how did I do that? Like, what did I do? How is this my fault? Like, what did I just do? I got into my car and all of a sudden... Oh my God. Like, oh shit, I'm getting fired, bro.
For some reason, the tanker in this truck suddenly imploded. I have never seen a referee pull off a move like this. I think this is the...
What is he doing? Holy fuck, dude. That is some good shit. Wrestling refs are Bill Dipperly. When I slide into her DMs.
Catnip.
That Zaza. That Nya. What?
Jay!
Huh? Stop. You're so annoying for that. You're so annoying for this.
This mom thought of a genius way to get her baby to eat carrots.
Want some taco? So yummy.
These are lies. Lies. I will never forgive you for this witchcraft. You witch!
Yeah.
How have you done this?
You want more?
Oh my God, I jumped again. Dude, you can't do shit like that to me. I can't watch things like that. Oh, stop. 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 Stop.
I just made a cup of tea for myself. The whole floor is wet. I just picked up my cup of tea and the bottom stayed.
Some countries in Europe have a place for buses to turn around. That is the end of this video.
What's he doing? What are you doing? What's he doing? Chilling in my lane, moisturized. Oh,
I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys
Turtle
again.
talk. Bro,
River Sin.
what's he doing? Does he need help? Holy shit. Yo, Salvage, thank you for 21 months. I appreciate it. I fucking forgot to set up my goddamn alerts before stream. Holy shit. You're gonna have to chat, remind me, or like, you know, let me know if I missed anybody's subs or like anything like that. Thank you so much, Salvage. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Little bro believes he's flying. Damn.
This is AP News.
Okay, all right. That's enough goofing around. Let's get into the fucking news. It's time. Let's start off with a little bit of top US and world headlines from Associated Press. Let's go. The Hamas militant group says it has accepted a ceasefire proposal from mediators Egypt, and Qatar. Israeli officials warn that the plan approved by Hamas is not the framework Israel... Bitch! Who One, that's the idea behind compromise and coming to a deal, right? Coming to an agreement. If that was the deal that was on the table, then it was the one you proposed. The deal on the table is the one you proposed. Okay? Any sort of denials of the ceasefire plans from Hamas in the past came because of a lack of being the ability to return to your homes in in Gaza being included in the agreement. All right, and now Hamas has been kind of backed into a fucking corner with a pending Rafah invasion. Well, not pending now, with the pending previously pending Rafah invasion, which is underway now. You know what I mean? And so it's like you're straight up lying. You're straight up lying. The deal on the table is in fact the one you proposed. But the US media is gonna, MSM is going to fucking eat this shit up, as they have been. Let's keep it moving though. Columbia University is canceling its university-wide commencement ceremony following weeks of pro-Palestinian protests. Protesters on campuses nationwide are calling on their schools to divest from companies that do business with Israel. The judge presiding over Donald Trump's hush money trial fined him $1,000 on Monday and warned of jail time for future gag order violations. New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art is opening a new exhibition with 16 fragile garments to coincide with Monday's Met Gala. The garments in the Costume Institute exhibit are so fragile that they cannot be displayed upright. Damn. All right, now let's go to PBS News Wrap. Let's go.
In the day's other headlines, Russia announced drills to simulate the use of battlefield nuclear weapons in its war with Ukraine. It followed French talk of sending its own troops to Ukraine and the UK's approval of Ukraine using British weapons to strike inside Russia. A Kremlin statement on the war games said, quote, "We hope that this event will cool down the hotheads in Western capitals." But in Paris, European Union leader Ursula von der Leyen met with Chinese President Xi Jinping and French President Emmanuel Macron and said she hopes China will intervene.
President Xi has played an important role in de-escalating Russia's irresponsible nuclear threats, and I'm confident that President Xi will continue to do so against the backdrop of the ongoing nuclear threats by Russia.
Moscow also called in the British and French ambassadors today and warned them against provocative statements. The U.S. Army confirms tonight that an American soldier has been arrested in the Russian Far East. Officials say the unidentified soldier was supposed to be headed home from deployment in South Korea, but was detained Thursday in Vladivostok, accused of theft. The Army has not said whether the service member was considered AWOL.
Yo, what's going on in South Korea? The heck?
Without leave. Authorities in southern...
Hey, whatever happened to the dude who made a break for it at the DMZ? How's that guy doing? I forgot about him.
Brazil now say at least 83 people have died following days of heavy rains and flooding, with more than 100 people still missing.
Got sent to Texas?
The downpours hit the state of Rio Grande do Sul, triggering landslides, road closures, and widespread power blackouts. Entire neighborhoods in the city
that was
of
North
Manoas.
Korea. Well, it started in South. He ran. You have to be in one South Korea before you run across the DMZ, right?
Underwater, with many houses almost completely submerged. Some people have resorted to driving power boats through the streets. Back in this country, heavy rains across southeastern Texas began to taper off, but catastrophic flooding left widespread disruption and closed some schools. People in Harris County around Houston have begun surveying damage and cleaning up. Officials today said they'd been fortunate to escape with no fatalities.
Fuck, man.
That happens, of course, because of our first responders, but also because of the individuals in the community who heeded our warnings and who took responsible steps in evacuating themselves and their families.
One death was reported in Johnson County, Texas. A 4-year-old boy was killed when floodwaters swept away the car he was in. Boeing's first manned spaceflight on its Starliner capsule is set for launch later tonight, heading to the International Space Station. The craft is set to lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida with 2 astronauts on board. They'll return to Earth after a week. A successful flight could help Boeing begin catching up to rival SpaceX. The Pulitzer Prize
Boeing
for 2023 have been announced. They include the Public Service Award to ProPublica for reporting on billionaires.
I wish I could leave Earth. Would you go to space, chat? 1, if you would go to space. 2, if that shit is fucking scary as hell. Like on paper, like I would be like, I mean, you know, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Like that's like you know what I mean? Like what an experience, like what a thing, you know? It's like you should say yes, right? But like, I don't know if I would be able to last. Fuck no, the Wi-Fi probably sucks. That's what I'm saying, dude. Bro, the fuck? Yeah, bro. Like, I can't even fucking... Like, what am I supposed to do in space? What am I supposed to do in space? What am I gonna do in space? Tell me. But I'm just thinking about, like, I don't know if I would, like, survive the stress that I would be going through, like, in the initial takeoff sequence. Like, in the moments before takeoff, I would probably have a heart attack. Space stream? Listen, if I could stream from space, you know what I mean? Maybe I could do some reacts. You lose bone density, you suffer from space radiation. I am not dying to space radiation because to become Elon's slave. I was traumatized as a kid by Challenger. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna like, I you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna die. You know, like this is, I'd be sitting in the fucking shuttle, like, yeah, like this is it. You know what I mean? I'm probably not gonna make it back. I'm probably gonna fucking like have a horrible like I don't know, something horrible is gonna fucking happen to me. Something.
Giving gifts and travel to U.S. Supreme Court justices. The Associated Press won the Feature Photography Prize. Its work chronicled migrants traveling from as far as Colombia to the U.S. southern border. The prize for fiction went to Night Watch by Jane Ann Phillips, a novel set in West Virginia after the Civil War. And on Wall Street, stocks added to last week's gains. 76 to 193 hour. As more colleges cancel graduation ceremonies, a look at how universities are handling campus protests.
I do have this segment from PBS on the lineup. We'll see how we do with time. That shit is probably going to be fucking annoying, to be honest. But for now, let's move on to democracy right fucking now. Let's go.
This news is funded by viewers like you.
Like me?
Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Israel's ordered 100,000 Palestinians living in eastern Rafah to evacuate ahead of an Israeli offensive on the southern Gaza City, where more than 1.4 million displaced Palestinians have sought refuge. The UN aid agency, UNRWA, warned Israel's attack on Rafah would have devastating consequences and lead to more civilian suffering and deaths. Overnight, Israeli bombardments killed at least 26 people in Rafah, including 11 children.
We fled death and destruction, and we came to Rafah only to find destruction here. Do they want to kill us here? We came seeking safety in Rafah. Where do they want to send us? Where are we to go? The situation is so difficult. We're unable to describe the destruction that we are living in here. Someone feel for us and the tragedy we are living through.
The order to evacuate Rafah came a day after Hamas fighters fired rockets at the Karem Abu Salem crossing, killing 4 Israeli soldiers. This all comes as ceasefire talks appear to have stalled. On the humanitarian front, Cindy McCain, the widow of Senator John McCain, now the head of the World Food Program, told NBC that northern Gaza is in full-blown famine.
What I can explain to you is
I mean, yes, this has been the case for some time now. You know, good of you to catch up.
There's famine, full-blown famine in the north, and it's moving its way south.
We'll speak to a doctor who just left Gaza about the full-blown famine. He's now in Amman. Protests continue on college campuses across the United States as students call on schools to divest from Israel. At the University of Michigan, students holding Palestinian flags briefly disrupted graduation ceremony Saturday as a plane flew overhead holding a banner that read, "Divest from Israel now,
Let's
free
go, baby.
Palestine."
Let's
At
go.
Indiana University in Bloomington, some students walked out of Saturday's commencement and booed the school's president. Planes also circled above that
Let's
ceremony,
go,
carrying
dude.
a banner with a
Oh my God. Let's fucking go, baby.
Palestinian flag and the words, "Let Gaza live." At the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, police arrested 25 protesters who'd set up a Gaza solidarity encampment. In Chicago, 68 people were arrested in an encampment outside the Art Institute of Chicago. New York police made 56 arrests early Friday after raiding student encampments at the New School and NYU. Riot police have also cleared a student encampment at USC, the University of Southern California.
Oh, yeah, that happened
According
yesterday.
to the Associated Press, police have now arrested more than 2,500 students at pro-Palestine protests. That includes
We love democracy, folks. We love it.
33 arrests on Thursday at SUNY New Paltz, that's State University of New York, when police violently raided a student encampment. At the University of Mississippi, officials have opened a probe after video went viral showing a group of white counter-protesters harassing a black protester. One white student was seen imitating a monkey as he mocked her while others screamed, "Lock her up." Meanwhile, school officials at Evergreen State College...
What was it? Was it today or yesterday? All the days blurred together. I saw that post, the video of like 4 or 5 Zionist fucking dudes harassing the fuck out of a hijabi woman, just saying the most heinous shit and just like getting in her face like they're gonna fight her. Disgusting.
in Olympia, Washington, have reached an agreement with student protesters and have vowed to work toward divesting
and the confidence to know that they are being filmed while they do it. Fuck.
quote, companies that profit from gross human rights violations and or the occupation of Palestinian territories, unquote. Evergreen College is the alma mater of Rachel Corrie, the American peace activist killed by an Israeli military bulldozer in Gaza in 2003. In Gaza, Palestinians have voiced support for the student protests.
My message for the American students is that we are extremely proud, and their protests and their solidarity with Palestine and with Gaza gave us a glimpse of hope, and they didn't leave us left alone. They didn't leave us feeling helpless.
In Britain, solidarity encampments have also been set up on the same day at Cambridge and Oxford. In other education news, Columbia University in New York is now under a federal investigation for anti-Palestinian discrimination. The Department of Education opened the probe after the group Palestine Legal accused the school of, quote, extreme anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and Islamophobic harassment, unquote. Israeli authorities have taken Al Jazeera off the air inside Israel. On Sunday, police officers raided the network's Jerusalem bureau, seized broadcasting equipment. Israel's Foreign Press Association called it a, quote, dark day for democracy. The move came just 2 days.
And the silence of so many outlets and the journalists that make up those outlets is fucking deafening and disgusting.
After World Press Freedom Day. Over the past 8 months, Al Jazeera has been one of the only international outlets with reporters on the ground inside Gaza. We'll have more on that story, speaking with the managing editor of Al Jazeera in Doha.
And we'll watch their piece on that later.
Tens of thousands of Israelis took to the streets Saturday in nationwide rallies calling for a deal to free the hostages and to hold early elections in Israel. Danny Elgart, whose brother is being held in Gaza, addressed the protest in Tel Aviv.
Bibi, we call you to reach a ceasefire deal which secures the release of all hostages. Ceasefire that secures the release of hostages. The war actually didn't end, Bibi, but know that the war ended. You can't lie to us. You are taking more time so you and Ben Gvir can stay in power.
What's up, Ellie?
You are taking more time so you will stay in power. You don't care about the 133 or 132 hostages. And
like, no, he does. They never did. Never did. Never fucking did. And even Israelis know this. But our media won't let you really have the time to like digest that fact. Right? A lot of these people are still Zionists, right? Of course, but like they recognize, however, that if their number one goal, like the stated goal of the Likud government in Israel, the Israeli state, is to retrieve the hostages and then also eliminate Hamas, they recognize that like the safety of those hostages is obviously in extreme jeopardy. They recognize this. They recognize that there is a difference between the words that come out of the Israeli state, you know what I mean? The things that the Israeli state says, and obviously things that are happening on the ground. Don't let people gaslight you. Salvage, thank you so much for gifting to Ali. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Like I said, let me know if I miss anybody's subs. I forgot to fucking set up alerts like a goddamn idiot. Thank you so much, Salvage.
It will cause the death of the hostages. You don't have a mandate to kill 132 citizens of Israel.
In Panama, Jose Raul Molino, a last-minute standing candidate, was declared the winner of Sunday's presidential election. Molino, Panama's former public security minister, was originally a vice presidential candidate and was only officially announced as a presidential candidate 2 days before voting after his running mate, the former President Ricardo Martinelli, was disqualified due to a money laundering conviction. Martinelli, whose presidency ended a decade ago, has been taking refuge in the Nicaraguan embassy since February due to his legal issues. He remains popular and has vowed to revive Panama's economy, take on drug cartels, and crack down on migration through Panama, including shutting down the treacherous Darien Gap. In southern Brazil, at least 78 people have died from major flooding after days of torrential downpours. Over 100 are still missing and tens of thousands have been displaced in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, where a hydroelectric dam collapsed and a lake broke its bank. This is a flood survivor who works at a local health center.
Everything's lost. There's nothing complete. I've been working here in this health unit for 23 years.
Here in the U.S., much of the Houston area remains submerged after a week of heavy rains. One 5-year-old child was killed when the vehicle he was riding in was swept away by fast-moving water. In other news from Texas, Democratic Congressmember Henry Cuellar and his wife were indicted on federal bribery and conspiracy charges. They're accused of accepting nearly $600,000.
That's right. We're going to look at this too. Fuck, man, there's so much to go over. I need to be better about starting sooner. We're going to look at that too if we have time. We're going to look at Good Politic Guys video on this later.
$1,000 in bribes from an Azerbaijani oil and gas company and a bank in Mexico. Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial is entering its third week of testimony. On Friday, Trump's former top aide, Hope Hicks, described efforts to do damage.
Why do these always fuck so hard? Look at him. Look at my king, bro. Also, what the fuck? His ear is huge. And he's got like, are these eyelashes like his fucking eyebrows are glorious, bro. Look at this man. God, look how epic this is. Like there's, oh, God, I love these. I love these so much, dude.
Control in the weeks prior to the 2000.
Wait. I'm automatically attracted to beautiful women. When you're a star, you can do what you want. I'm automatically attracted to beautiful women. I'm definitely not gay. I have never had a gay thought in my life. Not a gay bone in my butt. I mean body. Oh my fucking God, bro.
2016 election following the release of the infamous Access Hollywood tape where Trump openly bragged about assaulting women. On Thursday, prosecutors played jurors a secret audio tape of Trump and his then fixer, Michael Cohen, discussing a plan to pay off former Playboy model Karen.
Fuck, dude, he looks so good in that drawing.
Silent about her affair with Trump. Police in Canada have arrested 3 Indian men suspected of assassinating the Canadian Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar outside a Sikh temple in British Columbia last year. Nijjar was a prominent leader in a movement to form an independent Sikh homeland in India. Last week, the Washington Post revealed senior members of India's spy agency were directly involved.
Yeah, I mean, we covered this when it came out, but it looks like they're finally being arrested. India fucking wildin'. Oh, fascism is very in right now, you guys.
Foiled plot to kill a prominent...
Just like extrajudicial international fucking assassinations, like, dude.
Sikh activist who lives here in New York City.
They saw Israel walked so that fucking, well, listen. India saw Israel and they were like, one day, I want to be just like that.
And the acclaimed British Palestinian surgeon, Ghassan Abu Sita, was denied entry to France on Saturday, despite an invitation to speak to members of
the second one, I think it's Sikh. I don't know how to pronounce it for now. Like, it has 2 pronunciations. Yeah, I mean, this one, though. Yeah.
French Senate about his time volunteering with Doctors Without Borders in Gaza. This comes weeks after Germany barred Abu Sita from attending a Palestinian conference in Berlin. Germany's reportedly placed a 1-year ban on Abu Sita from entering any country in Europe's border-free zone. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you.
Like you.
Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
Let's fucking go. All right, let's check in with our big, beautiful orange boy just real quick, okay? Just real quick. Let's see what he's doing. What's going on?
For the first time in Donald Trump's hush money criminal trial, jurors heard the details of the arrangement that was made inside the Trump organization to reimburse Michael Cohen, the former lawyer and fixer for the former president, reimburse him for the hush money payment that he made to porn actor Stormy Daniels in the build-up to the 2016 presidential election. Former Trump Organization controller Jeffrey McConney testified that just after Trump's inauguration, McConney met with Alan Weisselberg, who was the longtime finance chief of the Trump Organization, and they talked about how they were going to reimburse, pay back this money that Michael Cohen was owed. According to McConney, Cohen was paid the initial $130 plus another installment for technology expenses.
I'm glad somebody else said it, Brett. Thank you. I didn't want to say anything. I was like, I could, because I didn't know what to put it on. Like he just looks funny. Something about this man looks funny, and I don't want to I want to be specific if I mention it. You know what I mean? Like his hair looks like a helmet, like a white helmet, but you know.
Incurred, along with a bonus, and then money that would make it so that he would not have to lose anything if he paid taxes on that figure.
Oh, the white hat. Okay, whatever.
If you reported,
wait, that's what I said. Yeah, the white hair guy. Yeah.
Trump, Weisselberg, and McConney, according to prosecutors, wanted to hide the fact that they were reimbursing Cohen for a hush money payment. On Monday,
This guy,
it's also
where'd he
the
go?
first time that the jury
The controller.
saw any of the
This
checks
guy.
involved in this case. Another Trump Organization employee, Deborah Tarasoff, talked about how they would send by FedEx blank checks that had to be signed. Trump would sign them and then return them to the Trump Organization's headquarters in Manhattan, and then they'd be sent out pursuant to an invoice that Michael Cohen would send to the company every month, billing them $35,000 for services rendered, legal fees. Trump is charged with falsifying business records. According to prosecutors, the way he did that was by logging the reimbursements for the hush money payments as legal fees when, according to prosecutors, he knew they were actually essentially a way of covering up the cover-up.
Covering up the cover-up. I mean, technically, did I lie? It's a legal fee. All right? I'm avoiding my legal woes. All right, listen. I've always done this. It's always worked. I throw money at it and it goes away. Let's hear what he said in response. Threatened with jail, Trump says, I'll do that sacrifice any day. Okay. If this is what we're doing now, I fucking love this. If the new cope coming from the Trump camp is that I'm sacrificing, like it's moved on from like they're coming for you. I'm just standing in the way, right? Or whatever, which is why they're coming for me or whatever. It's because they're really coming for you. My new my new favorite evolution of that is if I go to jail, that's me sacrificing that. Like I will sacrifice that for the greater good for my country any day. I'll go to jail. I will choose to go to jail. If I have to go to jail, if I end up going to jail, it's because I wanted to go to jail, not because you told me to. All right.
I have to watch every word I tell you people. You ask me a question, a simple question, I'd like to give it, but I can't talk about it. Because this judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail.
A gag order.
Violated. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close.
What's up, High Def?
I'll do that sacrifice any day.
I'll do that for you, chat. He will sacrifice himself on the cross of the American criminal justice system, okay? For you, for your sins.
Just said that they want 2 to 3 more weeks. That means
What's up with this tie? It looks like latex or some shit. It's so shiny. What the fuck?
they want to keep me off the trail for 2 to 3 more weeks. Now, anybody in there would realize there's no case. They don't have a case. Every legal scholar says they don't have a case. This is just
every single legal scholar, every single one.
Political witch hunt. It's election interfering. This is really, truly election interference, and it's a disgrace.
That's right. So true, King. So true, King. Okay. All right. Let's see. How are we doing on time? Okay, we got 20 minutes until the ads are back. All right. Let's start off with this. I think we have time. Let's do it. Let's do it. Look at this. Look at this thing that happened. Twitch streamers become go-to news source for campus protests coverage. Live streamers are amassing audiences through real-time coverage of student encampments and police crackdowns by Taylor Lorenz. Who's that? Who are these people? Chat, do we know these people? Wait a second. Wait a second. As hundreds of police officers descended on UCLA's campus last week, Brett Hamilton, aka Cinemarxism, a 31-year-old Twitch streamer who covers news and politics, documented their every move. He trailed the officers as they barreled their way through pro-Palestinian student protesters who were protecting an encampment at the center of the campus. Thousands of people watched Hamilton stream live as he narrated the chaos. People don't trust the media to tell the truth about these things, he told the Washington Post. Hamilton is one of a growing number of professional live streamers who have been covering the student protests on college campuses. These streamers, who operate on platforms that include TikTok, YouTube, but primarily Twitch, make up an alternative media network, not unlike cable news, with round-the-clock coverage of major protest developments, negotiations between students and administrators, and police crackdowns. Their streams provide an unfiltered account of the protests and have become a go-to source for thousands of young people who have lost faith in traditional news. Twitch wasn't always a place for news and political content. For years, content creators on the live streaming app focused on primarily on gaming and eschewed politics over fears that discussion of such topics would alienate viewers. But that culture changed in part after Hassan Piker, a progressive political commentator who had become a Facebook video star and gone viral as the internet's woke bae, joined the platform in 2018 and quickly rose to become one of the most popular content creators. His hours-long streams offering political analysis and breaking down major news events began attracting a large audience of Gen Z and young millennial followers who found his candid, frenetic style more appealing than more normal news anchors and mainstream reporters. Wait, who's in this picture? Can't tell. I'm seeing LB emotes though. LB emotes, poggers. There's a huge need and demand for real-time journalism happening on the ground, Piker said. One sec, sorry. I see myself as a command center when live streaming. When I'm not on the ground myself, I try to find others who are. Since the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, live stream protest coverage has become increasingly easy to find on Twitch. When major news breaks or when a large protest kicks off, there are almost always a few streamers covering it. Twitch has always been a place for conversation, including around current events, a spokesperson for the company said. We continue to see streamers use Twitch to connect with their communities in real time, and that makes our service unique. Twitch is owned by Amazon, whose founder and executive chairman Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Full disclosure. Live streams of BLM protests in 2020 is what brought me to Twitch in the first place. Let's fucking go. Shout out to Unicorn Riot. Shout out to Unicorn Riot for real. And it wasn't specifically coverage around the protests, but it was just generally the lockdown initially that got me into it. But I was always, I was always like really heavily into following the news, like on YouTube and on Twitter and other things like that. And I slowly realized, like, after that, like after coming to Twitch for like music and like just for entertainment stuff during lockdown, how many political content creators there were. And it was actually very formative for me in like starting to find communities where I like some of the first places I ever felt comfortable talking about being trans with people before I ever like was like fully out on the internet, for example. Things like this. Exactly started with Unicorn Riot getting reposted by some friends, then watched some guy named Andrew Mercado who was on the ground near them in Minneapolis, and he mentioned Woke Bay. Is that what you meant? Or at Woke. Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think a lot of people have a similar experience, Tavert. Yeah, I think a lot of people have that experience. Yeah, pseudo-Marxism's the same. Damn, I was watching that Elijah dude. Elijah dude, can't even remember his full name. The Twitch channel Woke. Yeah. All right, let's keep it moving. Approximately 35 million users visit the streaming platform daily, watching approximately 7 million Twitch streamers who go live every month, according to the company. In April, Twitch users watched 1.6 billion total hours of content on the platform, according to Stream Elements, which provides tools that help creators monetize their content. Many of those streamers, like Capri Sun Poppy, a Palestinian content creator in Los Angeles who asked to be referred to by his Twitch username for privacy reasons, have pivoted from non-political content to covering the war in Gaza since the October 7th Hamas attacks that killed as many as 1,200 Israelis. I wasn't doing news at all before October, he said. He used to produce a reality TV style game show on Twitch where he'd do stunts like putting 100 people together on a Zoom call and giving money to the last person to leave. Still does that. I watched it. Was it today or yesterday? I think it was, or no, I mean, technically yesterday now. Capri Sun Poppy was at UCI streaming it, which was cool. Go follow Capri Sun Poppy. Since shifting to news, Capri Sun Poppy has visited various campus student encampments to provide firsthand coverage. Unlike journalists from traditional outlets, streamers have been largely welcomed in campus encampments. Streamers are going in deeper than the media is, he said. When a group of Twitch streamers visited the encampment at Chapman University in Orange, California on Friday, Ines Riedel, a student organizer, greeted them with praise and gratitude. You do not comprehend how thankful we are that you guys are here, because you guys have such an impactful platform, she said. Piker said that part of his dynamic is due to trust these content creators have built among the protesters. Twitch streamers have no problem working with media liaisons representing the demonstrators. For instance, some in traditional media report less welcoming interactions. Tons of very like much worse interactions, like very adversarial. A lot of people being left with like on the side of the media broadly in very general terms. Like I had a lot of people had their like a bad taste left in their mouth after being told that they weren't able to film, thinking that, like, well, if you want your message to get out there, why don't you let the press in? And I think that that's one of the most effective and best things that student organizers have done in these encampments, is how tight they've kept their media relations. It's been super effective. Super effective. The media, where am I? Where'd I go? The media loves talking to PR people when it comes to corporations, Piker said. True. They have no problem talking to the media liaison when it comes to the NYPD. True. Yeah, it's, like whenever you are watching, local news and they say something like police say, that's what they're talking about, is the press oftentimes are not present in these moments. They just go straight to police media liaisons. And they just take their statement at fucking face value because that's all that they have. That's all the work that they put in so many situations. They have no problem talking to the media liaison when it comes to the NYPD or the LAPD and writing down everything they say without even asking remotely contentious questions. But when it comes to students, they don't treat these students as an organized entity at all. Right. The streamers covering various protests often tune in to each other's streams while on the ground to see where the others are located and where the action is. They receive real-time feedback and information from the chats on their streams too. Sometimes members of the chat will give streamers background information on people they encounter while out doing their coverage or direct them to go to certain areas. I mean, and obviously this concept, like the interactive nature of the medium, carries on outside of like the IRL type stream, right? Like even in moments like right now when we're doing like React content, or if I'm going through articles and reading them or whatever, I still have that real-time interactive thing going on with you guys, because you can correct me if I say something wrong, or you can add context if you think I missed something. You can argue with me. You can, whatever. You can suggest things to me that I might not have known. I mean, there's, it really is, so much of it is that interactive part of it all. Morgan, a 27-year-old Twitch streamer in Los Angeles who posts under the handle Frogan, and who asked to be referred to by her first name only for privacy reasons, said that she was out covering the UCLA protests to correct the narratives about pro-Palestinian groups she was seeing on traditional news. She often includes news content between reports on more general interest topics such as gaming on her channel. Fun photos. We get people on stream who typically wouldn't have a voice in the mainstream media, she said. When you look at major outlets, they quite frankly don't really elevate Palestinians' voices. They do everything they can to villainize Palestinians. Whereas most Twitch streamers aren't doing quite the opposite, showing the actual history whereas most Twitch streamers are doing quite the opposite, showing the actual history and backing it up with facts. Morgan said that growing up a Muslim woman, she didn't see people with her worldview. Excuse me. There we go. her worldview or background represented much, but that Twitch has allowed her to find others who are like-minded. Same. I'm not Muslim, but I am a trans person. And like I said earlier, it was the first place, a Twitch community was the first place that I ever talked to other people about being trans. I never talked to anybody in real life. I never talked, it was just me alone, and dealing with, struggling with my transness and for many years, the denial and suppression of it. It wasn't until I found community through Twitch where, that I was comfortable enough to actually talk to other people about that and was able to talk to other trans people directly. So yeah, I relate with this 100%. When Morgan saw Hamilton streaming from the Hamilton being Marxism, streaming from the encampment at UCLA last week, she stream sniped him, meaning that she watched his stream to determine his location and then went to stream alongside him. Later on, Capri Sun Poppy joined the duo. I love it. The ACAB making it, this emote making it to the Washington Post is great. Love it. While most fans of Twitch streamers are young, Tofu Ghost, when I first read this, I read it while most Twitch streamers are young, Tofu Ghost, I was like, bitch. Excuse me. I realized I just read it wrong. While most fans of Twitch streamers are young, Tofu Ghost, a Twitch streamer who covers music, politics, and gaming on her channel and asked to be referred to by her Twitch tag for privacy reasons, said that recently older viewers have been tuning in. It's true. It's very apparent that there are older people coming to Twitch, which is really, really cool and interesting. I'm so well spoken, chat. I have so really, really cool and interesting. The Twitch streamers at protests often work alongside First Amendment advocates and so-called cop watchers who regularly film the police in an effort to bring more accountability to police departments. William Good, a finance worker who runs Film the Police LA and is a leader in the Los Angeles community dedicated to monitoring police action, said that he, too, has come to embrace live streaming in the past year, though he primarily does so on YouTube. Yes, we're going to talk much more about other things, including Film the Police getting arrested and others getting arrested and let go today. Stay tuned. It's important to get information out as quickly as possible, he said. It's important for people to see what's happening in full context. Yes, because getting full context without a constant constant talking over it with a constant spin being also added to it, getting out as soon as possible in its full context is extremely important, because without that, all you have is you have to rely on the ABC 7s and the KTLA 5s and all the local news organizations to get it out a little bit later after the fact and also apply their spin and leave things out. They can pick and choose when it's not happening in real time what they end up showing you. They can fit it in nice and easy into their their news cycle and also their narrative. But when you have it in real time, without constant spin being applied to it with a narrator or a talking head constantly yapping, you get just the reality of the situation purely and plainly, which also gives more valuable information for journalists to then do their thing off of later on. And I think only a live stream can do that properly. It's one thing to take a journalist's opinion on something versus raw video in real time. Exactly. Look, Caroline, live now discussing the student protests and looking back on history of protest TikTok ban. Yeah, heck yeah. Tofu Ghost, who's that? Said that consuming Twitch live streams of protests herself. Okay, so I issued a correction on this. Okay, when I tweeted about this, I just want to say that consuming Twitch live streams in the past week and a half is not the thing that made me skeptical of the mainstream media. Okay. I must add that I have been extremely skeptical of mainstream media ever since I became politically aware. Like that was my my introduction into becoming politically aware was on the basis of we're being lied to. Like, yeah. So there's that. That's just my little mini correction there. Topico said that consuming Twitch live streams of protests herself has made her more skeptical of traditional media. Watching the juxtaposition, but I think what I was talking about here in this interview was watching the night that the Zionists were attacking the UCLA campment. Watching the William Goods Film the Police LA and other streamers on the ground watching their coverage, and then other people like tweeting and whatever like that, watching that coverage and doing my own coverage with that information in real time and comparing it in real time and juxtaposing it with ABC 7 and KTLA 5 and the lack of the international news stations right off the bat, like Associated Press, whatever, etc. That is what I was talking about. Watching the juxtaposition between these two types of media is staggering, she said. It's drastic. I think that it is a really perfect example of why people are leaving traditional media and going into these new forms of media. That's right. Sebastian Cesar is a 23-year-old UCLA graduate student in public policy, said that he was grateful for the Twitch streamers' coverage of the events on campus. It's a new type of digital journalism. It's creating a new medium. Yeah, it's the new radio. It's radio and some. There's no medium like it, and yeah. Period. What's up, Trans Girl Jade? My first year of media studies was basically, here's how the media lies and how you can too. Yeah. Side by side viewing it makes it really jarring. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. Trying to put that just recently cared about spin on it. I mean, I don't think that Valley Girl moment. Yeah. I don't think that Taylor Lorenz was trying to put that spin on it. I think that was just maybe I don't know, a small it's not even a huge deal. It's not really that big of a deal. A small miscommunication. I don't think that was a spin or anything. I think Taylor is pretty good. I generally really like Taylor's work. We may have a lot of different things to say about the Washington Post in a more general sense, right? But Taylor Lorenz and her work is good. I would say very good. Very, very good. Where are we? But also no matter where we go, no matter what media you're taking in, who wrote it, where it's coming from, what outlet, whatever, that's what we do here. And that's also what I talked about in the interview with Taylor Lorenz, but it didn't obviously, it didn't make it into print. But that's my main focus here is media literacy and trying to show you, because I think I'm pretty good about it. I think I'm pretty media literate, right? And my job, or what I do here, is I show you the fact versus the spin. We get our news from all of these outlets, whether it's Washington Post, New York Times, LA Times, wherever, all of these outlets. Sometimes they do good. They could do a good job. Sometimes they do a bad job. It can be depending on who is writing it specifically. It can depend on other factors. But what we do here is we take it all in and we pick out the fact and we separate it from the spin. And then obviously there's no way to get away from bias. I obviously apply my own spin to it, but I think I do a pretty good job of getting my sources our sources on this stream, like from a pretty diverse, like, you know, like group of outlets or whatever. Yeah, you're like really good at this, Tofu. Diosu, you shut the fuck up, okay, motherfucker. Really, really good and very interesting stream. I hate you guys. I fucking hate you. All right, let's keep it moving. I don't have to take this. I don't have to take this from you assholes. The medium, excuse me, is proving successful. Hamilton said that his audience has doubled in recent weeks, dude. Yo, shouts out to Cinemarxism. Shouts out to Brett. Fucking killing it. Fucking killing it. Absolutely fucking killing it. Obviously, if you're in here, you know who Brett is. You know who Cinemarxism is. You know that we got a little podcast vibes, little podcast tings. You know that they're fucking bass. You know that they're dope. Shouts out Cinemarxism. For real. Deserved. 400 viewer Andy. Completely fucking deserved. You love to see it, baby. You love to see it. The medium is proving successful. Hamilton said that his audience has doubled in recent weeks as he moved to cover the protests. Others report similar gains. My numbers have jumped up substantially from this, said Capri Sun Poppy. I've grown from it, but that was really never the intention. I thought I was only going to be talking to like 150 people, but last night I was streaming to thousands. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There was also like a bunch of really deranged fucking comments, but for the sake of time, we're just gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep it moving. But if you ever want to get a quick laugh, there's a lot of deranged ass fucking comments in the original article. The comments are funny. Oh, they're so good. All right. So that's cool. Either way, it's just cool. It is just cool seeing our space get recognized. You know what I mean? Like, this space, deserves that recognition. That's not me necessarily saying like I specifically, but like this space that we are all a part of, is awesome, is amazing, and we should never take it for granted. And we should continue nurturing this and growing this and expanding on this, because it's the future. It's the future. And all of these haters, like in those comments and shit, like, you know, all of the older generations are going to not be here forever, right? They're gonna go away eventually. And this is the future. It's one of the most beautiful things. I have never felt, okay. I have never felt so much like, I never had so much meaning in my day-to-day life. And I'm sorry if that's like corny but it's like whatever, it's the truth. Like finding community and nurturing that and like finding all of these like-minded people has been the best thing that has ever happened to me, because I've always felt alone my entire life. I've always grew up having tons of friends and you know, like I wasn't like, you know, like I had tons of friends, was, you know, popular enough. I had friends, I've had lots of friends. I've had lots of different types of friends, lots of groups of friends. I've always still felt alone because I've never still like felt like people understood me. And it took me being in my late 20s and early 30s to finally find something that led to me finding those people. I've met so many friends, like IRL, people who have become real life friends. I've seen so many positive things happen to other people through the communities that I'm in or the one that I'm, you know, nurturing here. I've seen like nothing but positive things happen to me and to other people. I like as crazy as it might sound, I don't know where I would be or if I would even be if I never during the not the pandemic, but the lockdown, because the pandemic is still a thing. if I never found a lot of these communities. Yeah. I feel like there's like I go to quote unquote work every day, and I do something that I feel like has a positive impact, and I'm interacting with people who have similar goals for bettering the world. Like there's nothing like it. I feel connected. Yes. Anyways, let me not ramble on. We got a lot to cover. That's wholesome. Yo, Alex Prop, shouts out to you for being my very first subscriber. My very, very, very first subscriber. Thanks for, you were formative in that, so I appreciate you. Shouts out to Alex Prop as well. Oh shit. I missed a few things. I still haven't set up my fucking alerts. I'm so sorry. Frankenstein, thank you so much for 19 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 19 months of support. Sorry I missed that. And Levelhead, thank you for resubscribing for 27 months. We got some OGs. Alex Prop brought me here. I remember because I was having audio issues. See, we still got some OGs in here too. What's up, Celtic? Thank you so much, Levelhead, for 27 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the resubs. Speaking of subs, chat, it's been an hour since our last ad break, okay? So we got to run an ad break again before we continue on. Yo, Forlorn, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. We got to run an ad break, but don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you'd like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are just starting the day off at 2 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to Scrunch. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I really appreciate that. Thank you. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting the stream in some way, whether that is gifting some subs, throwing some biddies, throwing a dono. Either way, all of those ways go towards helping us continue this stream full time. We took a week off or so our sub count has fallen. If you have the means, consider supporting. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. we're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through the ads, I appreciate you. Thanks for doing that, because it does help the stream. Oh, thanks for the hype train, everybody. I appreciate it. Oh, and also, I don't have my alerts set up, so I don't have TTS set up, but I looked at my phone and I noticed that we got a couple donos. All right, so thank you so much. If you were one of the 2 people who sent in a dono, because I can't see who it was, but if you sent in a dono, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know if my tip goal up top is also working properly. Everything's all scuffed, so I apologize. But thank you so much for the donos, whoever you were. Thank you. Okay, we have a lot to talk about, and it's so late already. So let's fucking. Sorry, I'm probably like if it feels like I'm rushed and not hanging out with chat as much as I'd like to. That's because it is. It's because that's what's happening. There's just so much I want to fucking talk about. You should use Sammy bot. What's that? What that? DIY tofu stream? Yeah. All right, let's start off with what happened today in Los Angeles. Let's start off with that. It's pretty interesting. Yo, Round Girl, thank you for gifting to High Def. Let's go. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It was Drake and Dusty. Well, shit. Shouts out to Dusty for real and Drake. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. The Drake? Drake. Real. Shouts out to you guys. Thank you so much, Dusty and Drake. Okay. Let's start off with this. Oops. So this was breaking this morning. About 30 students are detained in a UCLA parking structure. Unclear why. And so multiple journalists, including who we're looking at here, A Cat with News, was documenting this. So I was seeing this come out as I was like half asleep, like waking up and going back to bed. Because I'm a fucking degen. Didn't know what the fuck was going on. Hello? What the heck's going on here? Minutes earlier, UCLA University police aggressively shouting at people asking what their affiliation with the university is. This shit is actually crazy. What's your affiliation with the university? Just chasing people down. Fucking insane. UCLA University police cuffing people now in the parking structure. What's up, J-Logic? Yo, Chloe, thank you so much for 21 months. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much. Look at this fucking tough guy, dude. He's trying so hard. He's pushing his shoulders out like... You know what I mean? He's trying so hard to push them shoulders out. Ugh. Yeah, that's right. It's the short cop. Yeah, the one that had his hand on his fucking firearm. Yes, UCPD. Looks like the kid I bought chocolate from outside. Mike D. What's up? Good, how are you? Oh my fucking god. I was detained as well, which is who, you know, A Cat with News, one of the photojournalists here, also filmed the Police LA. Was also detained. I was detained as well at the entrance to the structure under suspicion of a university curfew violation. So that's how it started, okay? It started with suspicion of violating the university curfew. All right? Remember this. University police told me that the curfew is from midnight to 6 a.m. I was detained at 5:58 a.m. and let go at 6:03 a.m. Okay. A man, and then going on here, a man shouting that they were detained at 6:01 a.m. The UCLA curfew ends at 6, according to the officer that detained me. Says cuffs are too tight. Okay. And now the National Lawyers Guild representatives are on the scene, or I don't know if they maybe were here earlier and you just couldn't see them when they were off camera, but the National Lawyers Guild representatives, multiple, as you can see here with the green hats, are on site, lawfully observing the police while they harass students. Yo, Amy, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Shouts out Amy. If you don't already follow Amy, Amy's awesome. Very comfy, cozy stream. Very based. Lefty, politics, housing, for all advocate. Go follow. Welcome in, everybody. Here, let me turn off the thing for you. So you guys can chat for a little bit. Right now, we are going over things that happened this morning, or yesterday morning now. At UCLA. Right now, we are about to look at this video here of a National Lawyers Guild representative being told that she's interfering with an investigation. All of these people that are detained here on the wall are students. Right now, they are all currently being held under suspicion of violating the university's curfew, which ended at this point. Told she's a National Lawyers Guild representative being told that she's interfering with the investigation. Told she's too close. She's like 10 feet away, which is way more than lawful. Way more than lawful. And the 4 people, including myself, are, quote, surrounding them. That victim's complex. She said, if you keep interfering with our investigation, I will arrest you. What is she doing? She's just filming and observing. These are people from the National Lawyers Guild. This is what they do. Yeah, what investigation? What are they being detained for? They were being detained at this point for a violation of university curfew. Okay, let's keep it moving. University police racing across the area just saw a more tactical vehicle race by. Is just an example of the police presence at UCLA right now. There's like people walking around on the what do they call it? Like driving around with the people wearing their hats and bats, driving around on the, what do you call it? Like the little platforms on the side of like trucks and shit, just riding around on campus on the sides of the trucks. Like very obviously trying to make their presence like extremely known, right? At least one sheriff is present around the corner from where I can see. So you can see the difference in the uniforms. These guys here are UCPD, University, UCLA Police Department. And then this is the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department back there. Around the corner, and here's another Los Angeles Sheriff right here, Sheriff's Deputy. Around the corner from where people are being detained in a parking structure, sheriffs in tactical gear are on the street level. And then at this point, so there was like, I don't know how much time was in between these two posts here. At this point, the poster, A Cat with News, this journalist whose stuff we're looking at here, was cuffed, and they were typing with one hand. I'll update when I am out. Like Yeah, clearly typing with one hand with cuffs on. Actual Giga Chad shit, by the way. Actual Giga Chad shit.
What, are you fucking kidding me?
Your phone.
Disgusting.
Dude, I got it.
Like, this is going to be a fucking lawsuit, okay? A fucking lawsuit.
No. Not right now or no? Am I under arrest?
Yeah, hopefully, inshallah. NLG, National Lawyers Guild, and former mayoral candidate Gina Viola, also in cuffs. So multiple green hats, which are the National Lawyers Guild representatives, and Gina Viola, who ran for mayor. Film the Police LA, who we know and love, was also here and cuffed. They took him somewhere. So there was a period of time at which both A Cat with News and Film the Police LA were missing. Like nobody knew like where they were being held or where they were being taken or anything like that. They're both out and safe now, but I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty concerned when everybody was when it seemed like A Cat with News was accounted for and other people were accounted for, but not Film the Police LA. I'm not gonna lie, my mind went to some scary possibilities at that moment, but they are all out and fine.
Many times, as the person authorized to speak on behalf of these students who are being arrested for being in a parking garage.
What's up, Ronald McDonald?
They're literally in a parking garage because they're students on campus.
This is Gina
They give
Viola.
No other reason, some strange curfew thing that nobody even seems to know about.
Mm-hmm.
And not a single officer, UCPD, would get me to a sergeant to get answers about why these folks. I actually didn't arrive until they were all up against the wall and they were being handcuffed one by one. And I demanded to speak with a sergeant to find out what was happening. I identified myself I've left my mask off so they can see who I am. I've identified myself as the police liaison, and no one will give me answers about why we're being detained. Then, as we're standing and asking those questions, press, who's holding the phone now, was detained. The legal observers have been detained. Other students who were trying to film what was happening have been detained.
For what?
Will of Film the Police is gone.
Yeah. At that point, it was like, oh no.
Not only was he was removed. He was detained with us and now has disappeared. We don't even know where he is.
Like when I saw that, I was like, oh my God.
Many times, as the person.
Oh no. But earlier I said, is observing from a safe distance really interfering, or do cops just hate the idea of any kind of oversight or possible accountability? It is legal and also morally correct to let the police know that they are being watched. Telling someone from the National Lawyers Guild this is wild, telling them that they are interfering with an investigation. Like, yeah, this is as if this isn't like literally what they do. All right, UCPD and LASD were arresting. Yeah. Oops. Damn it, I closed the wrong fucking window. Fuck, 1 sec. Dun. Girl Dick Cheney. I should probably change that. I should probably take that off. I should probably change that, huh? Let's see. 1 sec. I closed the window. I didn't mean to. God damn it. Dun. Wait, why did you make me do Command Shift W? Damn it! Now everything's gone. Oh, you fucker. I shouldn't have listened to you. Why did I listen to you? Why did I listen to reopen? No, that closed all my shit. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, 1 second, chat. One sec. Bear with me. Ding, 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 ding. God damn it. Let's see. Command Shift T. Okay, if this fucking like makes me end stream, I'm gonna fucking scream. Oh my god, it did. It worked. You angel. Let's go. W. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. All right. We're so back. Oh my god, we are so back. Thank you. Where was the thing I wanted to look at next? So it started out with violation of this mysterious curfew, right? But then that changed because that was obviously pretty ridiculous. That changed. And the Daily Bruin, the UCLA student newspaper, reported that UCPD Patrol Division Lieutenant Richard Davis said 43 individuals, including students, were arrested in Parking Structure 2 under charges of conspiracy to commit burglary. So we moved on from violating the campus curfew to charging everybody, including the former mayoral candidate, including multiple journalists, a former mayoral candidate, and multiple National Lawyers Guild representatives. Conspiracy to commit burglary. Like, what? Huh? Where the fuck did that come from? Journalists? Lawyers? Legal observers? How? What? Burglarize what? As far as I know, there have been zero Zionist attackers from last week charged with any crimes. All right, like people know who they are. There's been tons of news coverage of like the dude with the red bandana, the dude with the white mask, like all of these people. There's multiple videos of them like super viral online, being violent. But the narrative remains that the pro-Palestinian protesters are the violent ones. And two, those people have not been held accountable for anything, period. And so make it make sense. You can't make it make sense. You can't. There's no making it make sense. Spoiler. And then the National Lawyers Guild released this statement, which I'm going to also link this in the chat because if you have the means to, you should support. Because they do a really important thing. They do a really fucking important thing. Our legal observers across the country are under attack. None of us could have predicted the immensity of the student protests taking place across the country and the world, demanding an end to the genocide in Gaza, and that their universities divest from the state of Israel. This is the green hat that they wear. Courageous students are risking violence, arrest, and disciplinary actions from their universities. This includes many of our law school chapter members who wear their green hats as legal observers, documenting abuse by police, university staff, and Zionists. The fact that our legal observers are attacked is proof that our work is needed and necessary. True. In the past 2 weeks, we have seen our member LOs, legal observers, attacked by police, escorted off campus, and blocked from observing the violence police perpetrated on students in their encampments. This is especially troublesome since the NLG, National Lawyers Guild Legal Observer Program, was developed in 1968 in response to Columbia University's repression and violence to anti-war student activists on campus. History seems to be repeating itself, and the irony is not lost on us. Our members will continue to be in the streets alongside their classmates and comrades, making sure to document the abuses being done by the police. As the NLG, we have their backs, and we are asking our supporters to do the same. And if you have the means to, I posted this in the chat, I'll post it again. Go support. They provide a fucking, a very important service. All right. Just the act of letting a police officer know that they are being watched, that other people can see them, other people outside of the interaction that they might be having with somebody at that time can see them, can be the difference between life and death. And that difference becomes greater, the more, the person observing the police knows about the law. Now, if you are a person who is a lawyer and is also dedicating their time to doing something like, being a legal observer, like that type of knowledge and that type of passion is like, you can't put a price on that. That's extremely important. So we need this, and please, like I said, go support if you can. Obama, friendly reminder that Occupy Wall Street was crushed by law enforcement under Obama. True. What's up, Carpe? I used to like UCLA because of Reggie Miller and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but I am not reassessing now. But I am now reassessing, yeah. They know how to get away with things. We must stop them preemptively. What do you mean by that? You said Kappa. You said Kappa. What do you mean by that? Yo, David, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What's up? What's up? If you've never been here before, I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. I'm not normally a block of tofu, but today I am a block of tofu. And we've been going over what happened yesterday morning at UCLA when I believe it was near 50, somewhere, I believe just under 50 people were arrested by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the university, the UCLA Police Department for conspiracy to commit burglary. Which changed to that from violating the campus curfew. The people that were arrested were students and press, multiple members of the press, a former mayoral Los Angeles mayoral candidate, Gina. I keep calling her Giona Vila. Gina Viola. And multiple National Lawyers Guild representatives who were there in a legal observer capacity, observing the police as they abuse and harass students. So that's what we've been talking about. Next, I'm going to look at a statement here from the UCLA Palestine Solidarity Encampment. Let's check it out. Monday, May 6th, students, legal observers, and press harassed and unlawfully detained at UCLA. When? Monday, May 6, 2024. Where? Parking Structure 2 at University of California, Los Angeles. Who? A group of students, members of the press, and legal observers. Context. Less than 24 hours ago and effective immediately, the Chancellor moved oversight of policy enforcement and the Office of Emergency Management from the Office of the Administrative Vice Chancellor to a newly created office, an office which masquerades as campus safety, but whose leader solely reports to Gene Block. In other words, UCLA increased police presence and enlisted countless sheriff's deputies, all of whom report to the same man that left us to die and gave impunity to the perpetrators when our lives were threatened. The perpetrators being Zionists who attacked the UCLA encampment last week. This morning at approximately 6 a.m., over 45 students and other members of the UCLA community were arrested and detained by members of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the Los Angeles Police Department. Students, as well as lawyers and members of the press, were handcuffed and put in zip ties and forced to the ground for over 4 hours. A student was arrested simply for filming on the way to the gym, one of many unlawfully arrested. There are multiple instances captured on live streams in which the police tossed a person's phone or filming device to the side, or forcefully grabbed it to interrupt them from recording. Those who were detained repeatedly asked if they were under arrest or free to go, but police officers refused to answer them. A vague mention of a curfew by one of the officers was listed as one of the reasons behind the detainments earlier on in the incident. Although, importantly, curfew regulations do not apply to UCLA students, which is why those charges were not applied, didn't end up being applied. They were told that they were being detained because of a violation of the university curfew, but then it ended up being that everybody there, just under 50 people, press, students, former mayoral candidate, and legal observers from the National Lawyers Guild, all got charged with conspiracy to commit burglary. A vague mention of curfew by one of the officers was listed as one of the reasons behind the detainments earlier on in the incident, although importantly, curfew regulations do not apply to UCLA students. Police officers refused to give their names and badge numbers, with some even covering their badges. Campus and local media were further barred from entry. All of the aforementioned events were caught on a variety of student and press live streams. When they were arrested, students were not currently protesting. These unlawful arrests constitute harassment and abuse of power by law enforcement and serve solely as an intimidation tactic. The deliberate targeting of legal observers and members of the press demonstrates UCLA's blatant disregard for basic democratic safeguards guaranteeing the ability to dissent. Yes. Yo, Riot Vision, thank you so much for 17 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, and also Rennie, thank you for the raid. Sorry that I have no alerts. I forgot to set them up before stream. I am new to OBS, and I thought I finished everything, but apparently I didn't set everything up. Wait, where did this window come from? Was this the window that I thought I was missing? It is. I'm very confused. Whatever. But thank you, Rennie. I appreciate it. And thank you, Riot Vision. Thank you. Where am I? The UCLA community demands the immediate release of everyone detained this morning. I don't know if everybody was detained or released. I assume that is the case. I know that A Cat with News and Film the Police were both released. I am assuming that everybody else was released, but I haven't seen specific confirmation of that. But I am assuming that. If anybody knows specifically and has something on it, please feel free to send it my way. UCLA demands the immediate release of everyone detained this morning and for the dropping of all charges, both the trumped up charges fabricated this morning and the unlawful charges from May 1st. These demands are interlaced with our integral... Okay, well, if we're including everybody from the past week, I don't think that everybody has been released yet, which also, by the way, ! Bail funds in the chat if you have the means to and would like to, help out. To help out, ! Bail funds, campusbailfunds.com. These demands are interlaced with our integral 5 demands: disclosure, divestment, as well as full abidance by the BDS stipulations with an emphasis on academic and research programs. These demands are most relevant today apropos the end to the policing on our campus, the targeting of pro-Palestine advocates, and an end to the administration's silence on the genocide and their complicity. Our demands have been made clear to the university on repeated occasions, despite both the UCLA administration's refusal to consider them and their efforts to censor and intimidate the student body. We call on the student body and the public to monitor and oppose the increasingly repressive fascist tactics being deployed by our administration, the UC Regents, and the Biden administration. No one is free until Palestine is free. More dedicated than ever, the Palestine Solidarity Encampment. There's that for you in the chat. In the chat. Now let's look at this from the Daily Bruin, which is the UCLA student newspaper. This here is a list, the Daily Bruin Stonewall, which is a list of every time that a UCLA reporter was prevented from being able to report on stuff. Like this time right here. On the 3rd of May, UCLA Media Relations did not provide interview availability with high-ranking administration regarding questions about the handling of counter-protester violence and the police sweep of the Palestine Solidarity Encampment. A Daily Bruin staffer asked UCLA Director of Media Relations Ricardo Vasquez for an interview or timing for responses to questions regarding the university's response to the Palestine Solidarity Encampment. Vasquez has yet to provide information about interview availability as of May 6th. From the 2nd of May, CHP officers threatened to arrest 3 Daily Bruin photographers during the police sweep of the encampment of the Palestine Solidarity Encampment in the early hours of May 2nd. 3 Daily Bruin photographers approached the police line facing the encampment with a group of bystanders. CHP officers threatened to arrest the photographers if they did not leave the campus, despite the fact that they had press passes signed by UCPD and letters from Vice Chancellor for Strategic Communications, Mario Sacco, granting them permission to access Haynes Hall. Also, they're fucking students. Also, they're students. They're press and they're students. So this is just a bunch in here for you. I started way later than I would have liked to, so for the sake of time, I'm just going to share it in the chat for you. I already shared the donate link, but just in case anybody missed it, here is the donate link for the National Lawyers Guild. Dun, 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 dun. How are we doing on time? I'm doing good. All right, now let's look at this from the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. Help us identify all UCLA police. This just came out yesterday. The University of California, Los Angeles is deeply complicit in the police state, generating research, political cover, and financial investment for the police state. UCLA's internal police force has been violently repressing pro-Palestine students at UCLA, both in the form of beating, arresting, and shooting at students, and ushering Zionist mobs onto campus to attack students. The UCLA Police Department arrested hundreds of pro-Palestine students and their supporters in the past week. And UCLA's chancellor just consolidated even more power over who this police force targets. The UCLA Police Department has long refused to produce images of its officers in response to public records requests. Even LAPD accepts that such images are public records, but UCLA appears to believe that it wields a secret police force. So we recently started gathering pictures of all UCLA Police Department officers from public sources. This list of officers below is based on a roster published by UCLA last year, so it might not include officers who were added after that date. In addition, we haven't found pictures of 16 of the officers. We hope to add those officers here along with clearer photographs of those depicted. If you see an officer on campus, in media coverage, or anywhere else, please email stoplapdspying@gmail.com with any additional photographs and names. This is who we got so far. Chief of Police John Thomas, Captain Gawain Gibson, Captain Scott Scheffler. Holy thumb. That is a pure thumb right there. Jeffrey Chobanian, Lieutenant Richard Davis, who you only have a side profile of, apparently. Lieutenant James Eccles, Lieutenant Isaac Coe, Lieutenant Jeffrey Liu, Detective Sergeant Adrian Anderson, Sergeant Camille Brox, Sergeant Luis de Vivero, Sergeant Dustin Downey. There's some missing there. Sergeant Fabiola Leon. Sergeant Jordan McIntyre. Some more missing. Sergeant Harry Stanberry. Police Officer Vanessa Alvarado. Police Officer Larissa Amescua. Police Officer Selby Arsena. Police Officer Frank Bobo. Police Officer Jeff Chanchuan. Police Officer Robert Chavez, missing a couple here. Police Officer Kenneth Embry. Police Officer Emmanuel Espana. Police Officer Robert Estrada. Police Officer Mary Frund. Missing another Police Officer Shamir. I don't know how many there is. Oh, it's not that many more. We'll go through them all. They deserve it. They deserve it. We're gonna highlight them. Hashtag ad. Shamir Gonzalez. Daniel Gutierrez, Tiffany Hand. More. There's so many thumbs, dude. Police Officer James Kim. Police Officer London McBride. Wait, why does this name sound super familiar? Wait, why does London McBride sound so familiar? Hold on. I don't know. He sounds so familiar. Police Officer Melody Mendoza. Police Officer Luis Mercado. Police Officer George Realigino? I don't know how to say that. Police Officer Jonathan Rivenberg. Police Officer Robert Ruiz Perez. Police Officer Henry Salazar. Detective Lindsay Scherner. Listen, chat. Help out. StopLAPDspying.org. Help identify the UCPD. All right? Let them know that we can see them. In fact. And let's go from there to this Teen Vogue article. I love that, like, Teen Vogue is such a radical, like, publication. It's so cool to me. Like, it's just like, it's so, I don't know. I guess I never read Teen Vogue growing up. So, like, it seems like so out of place. But, like, I don't know. I'm here for it either way. Let's check out this article from Teen Vogue. Campus protests, police clashes at Columbia University and UCLA prove they do not belong there. Speak on it. Let's go. The movement to get cops out of schools long predates 2020, of course. Of course. In 2019, I analyzed a year's worth of information about the securitization of schools post-Parkland shooting in Florida, I believe, speaking to over 60 students and teachers. Many of those sources told Teen Vogue that the decision to install armed school officers, SROs, actually made Black and brown students feel less safe, policed in their own institutions. Not only that, like, I've told this story before, but the first time I ever saw the inside of a fucking jail cell was because my school resource officer took me there. And I told this story, I believe, last stream where, like, I actually thought I was cool with the school resource officer. Like, I thought, like, you know, I hated cops, but like this one, he's cool with us. Like, he doesn't fuck with us or whatever. But he ended up being the first one to take me to fucking jail. They are the pipe. You know what I mean? They are the pipe in the school to prison pipeline. They are the pipe. In recent weeks, not to mention the fact that an SRO, a school resource officer, makes like $100,000 to $150,000 a year, whereas any of the teachers and any of the staff and faculty in administration at any public school is making like $20,000 to $25,000 below the poverty level. And they buy their own school supplies. Like, upside down world. In recent weeks, professors have canceled their classes because they refused to send their students into militarized campuses. On April 18th, when Columbia first invited police to arrest students and dismantle its student encampment, I stood next to 3 young students who had come to campus for class that day as we watched riot cops direct facilities workers to take apart the tents. One, a hijabi, said she wouldn't have come if she'd known police would be called to campus. Another asked around for a face mask, fearful of being monitored on her way home. They were not protesters and they were not a part of the protest. All this before dozens of schools sent riot cops into their campuses from the 18th onward. All this a decade after NYPD sent an undercover cop into a student club at Brooklyn College to surveil Muslim students. Remember in March 2022 when Brandon got cheers from Congress after declaring, "Fund the police"? I do remember that during his State of the Union, less than 2 years after people nationwide, worldwide, including on college campuses, called for their local and campus departments to be disbanded. Police forces across the country may publicly bellyache about a lack of funding or support, but since 2020, we've seen no shortage of police funding or of policing approaches previously disbanded for their violence simply being copied and recreated elsewhere, and tens of millions invested in constructing new police training facilities in places like Atlanta. Indeed, as soon as 2021, there was a marked increase in the criminalization of protests. By 2022, progressive, quote unquote, progressive prosecutors were facing ouster over attempts to bail reform and the false narrative that policing budgets had been cut. In New York City, Mayor Eric Adams, Patooey, has chosen to promote budget cuts for libraries rather than for police. Adam went on national television and said Columbia students were harboring outside agitators, but the campus had been closed to visitors, including the press, for most of the previous 2 weeks, with the NYPD stationed outside throughout. So is it that the police were there to keep students safe or to protect quote unquote order? If so, how would they have gotten swindled by that many kids? Adams and the NYPD don't even have their story straight yet. Their decision to send in riot police to arrest the quote outside agitators has thus far reportedly borne out maybe one non-Columbia affiliated person so far, after claiming the building occupation wasn't student run. Kaba was saying she wouldn't have been surprised because she and Richie argue. Wait, were we introduced to them already? Kaba was saying she shouldn't have been surprised because she and Richie argue policing itself announces a form of insecurity in the culture and in this society, and then it sucks nutrients out of our system. It actually makes everything less safe. That's right. I mean, nutrients can even be something as direct as money. You guys, like in Los Angeles, we've seen a 20% rise in student homelessness in public schools in Los Angeles. This all while school resource officers make like fucking 6, 7, 8 times the amount the average teacher makes in any of these schools. And not to mention like the lack of funding to like after school programs in extracurricular programs to keep kids busy and off the streets while their parents like work and shit like that, because who the fuck can afford to be like a stay-at-home parent? Nobody. It actually makes everything less safe. Just the presence and existence of police. Inserting policing within spaces where young people would like to congregate is just a recipe for escalation and violence. True. 2 years after Uvalde, we're seeing that as more than 1,000 students are targeted for their protest. It's also impossible not to mention that students are protesting on their campuses in part because Gaza's universities, a source of nutrients for residents, have been razed to the ground, with surviving students and academics forced to flee. And while public officials like New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu claim the police presence is due to accusations of anti-Semitism made against the student movement, the police are also arresting and brutalizing Jewish students and professors. Right. Like, it's crazy that you need Teen Vogue to say something as simple and as truthful as this. You know what I mean? To focus on the truth of the matter. The Dartmouth professor who was arrested, 65-year-old Annalise Orlek, former head of Dartmouth's Jewish Studies program, told WMUR, as a Jewish woman of an age that grew up in a neighborhood full of Holocaust survivors and new Holocaust survivors, I have to say that I think this is disingenuous. It's a weaponizing of anti-Semitism for their own political purposes, which is to suppress dissent. True. On May 2nd, President Brandon told the media that the arrest of hundreds of people who likely voted for him in 2020 left him unmoved on his policy after he had spent weeks criticizing them and changing the subject. We are just shy of 7 months of war in Gaza. It is safe to assume that the student movement will similarly be unmoved by his lack of action. The Democratic National Convention approaches this summer, so who do you think has more staying power? An 81-year-old defender of the police who has alienated many of his constituents, or student protesters who have been facing down the cops since October? As the students keep chanting, the more you try to silence us, the louder we will be. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. That's right. I mean, if the history is any indicator, like, do you really think that clamping down on these movements and these protests is going to stop them? Like, seriously, with all of the historical context that we have to go by, do you actually believe that you're going to stop this and it's not going to spark more passion and get more people involved? Do you really believe that? Wild stuff. There's that for you in the chat. If you're looking for the linky. How we doing on time? We got 12 minutes until the ads are upon us. All right, let's look at a couple things that also happened just recently in San Diego yesterday as well. Let me pull it up here. Sorry. I'm just a mess, chat. I am just such a mess. Dun, 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 dun. All right, now let's go to UCSD. Solidarity with them. UC San Diego students push back San Diego Police and Sheriff's Department, demanding that they release the people arrested after their encampment was swept. Look at these fucking hogs. They don't know what the fucking to do. They don't know what the fuck to do. Look at them on the retreat, baby. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. There is nothing more beautiful than this, okay? I'd like to highlight something that I saw from the recent demonstrations at UCLA. This is some protester interviewing police officers at UCLA, and it depicts a moment where a similar thing happens, where these police here get kettled. They get blocked by a group of students who peepo sit all at the same time in unison, just ahead of them, blocking the police. And then a swarm of protesters, including the one that who recorded this video that I found on the internet, swarmed the police's flank and made them feel very uncomfortable, which caused them to retreat.
Hey, what gang are you in? Hey, what gang are you in? How's that overtime?
So this is right here. They have been stopped. They pulled up the beginning of this here. God damn it. What do you think about the E10? Fuck you, Diosu. That just reminded me that Diosu, I'm still mad at you for that video.
You a fucking colonizer.
Okay, not that one.
You
So this is them pulling up, trying to make their way to the encampment at UCLA. I'll show you in a sec, DSU.
Hey, what gang are you in?
And then this is them getting stopped just before this video here. Students blocking that had barricaded an entrance to get closer to the encampment had all sat down in unison, blocking the police, forcing them to stop. And they all have to turn their attention to their flanks to make sure that nothing happens, obviously, for the security of the police.
How's that overtime?
But when they get flanked and they're surrounded by a bunch of people telling them how they feel about the police, they start to get uncomfortable and they don't want to spend too much time there. So they end up leaving.
How's it feel to put LA into a deficit, you fucking pigs? You fucking pigs! How's that overtime, you fucking pigs?
And this is them retreating.
Pig! Quit your job! Pig! What gang are you in?
Yeah. Look at this shit. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing the police, you know, get beat at their own game. But without violence. Like, you know what I mean? Get beat at their own game. Look at them. Look at these hogs. Look at the look on their faces. They don't know what the fuck to do. They're like, can I kill them yet? So wait, can I beat their ass yet or what?
Protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
So shouts out to UCSD. More from UCSD. It appears that hundreds and hundreds of students at University of California, San Diego are blocking a police bus from carting away the students arrested for protesting genocide today. But something to consider, this is very effective until it isn't, right? This is very effective and it's worth trying everything that we can and, adapting and learning from 2020 and learning from our mistakes and trying out new things, and new things have been tried out. And I think it's worth considering that this is very effective until it isn't. You are banking banking on the possibility that they might not want to hurt you. Like I said, this is very, very effective, and I want to see more and more and more of this. It's very effective, however, until it isn't. And by that I mean this. The school and police responded after this video here with even more riot cops ready and eager to beat students. Stay strong, UCSD students. The world is with you. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this Hogalina. Look at this man, dude. He's so thumbed up, bro. Bro, look at this. Look at these thumbs, bro. They're lit, bro. Bro. Look at not a single fucking index finger in sight. Just thumbs. No ring fingers. You know what I mean? No pointer fingers, no pinkies. Just piggies and thumbs. That's it. Yeah, not beating the cop phrenology allegations. That's right. Cheep. It's like you can listen, like I said, it's effective until whoever's in charge of the specific cops in front of you decide that they don't want to play anymore. So it is worth considering. It is worth considering learning from tactics that we have tried out and built upon from 2020, and adjusting is all I'll say. That there needs to be discourse around tactics for situations like this. What happens when this doesn't work? What next? You know what I mean? What happens when they start beating the fuck out of everybody in the front here? Right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Absolutely reprehensible what these schools are willing to do to their own students instead of divesting from genocide. Imagine that. Like, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. I think Brett did the what is it called? The like quote unquote negotiation between a faculty member. I'm trying to remember. It was the vice chancellor, I believe, of UCLA. Brett, if you're still in here, you could correct me. Or if anybody was watching, I'm sure everybody was. Streamed the conversation between the UCLA students in the encampment and the vice chancellor. I'm pretty sure it was, and he mentioned that it was less than 1%. Yeah, 0.4% of the portfolio of UCLA is invested in the defense industry or Israeli companies, etc. Only 0.4%. Then tell me again, what is the problem here? Less than 0.5% of your portfolio is invested in these industries, and you decided to beat the shit out of the kids who went into debt in order to go to your school? You beat the shit out of the journalists who were there covering this, the legal observers who were there monitoring it. Complicit. You are complicit. You would rather protect your 0.4%, the 0.4% of your portfolio. You would rather protect that than your students, than human fucking beings. You would rather protect that than divest from something that is so insignificant to you. Right? Amazing. Imagine dying on that hill. All you have to do is divest. Some schools are. Imagine dying on this hill. Pathetic. Yo, Salvage. Thank you so much, Salvage, for the 10 bomb. What the heck? What the heck? I don't have any alerts. So like I said, please remind me if I miss anybody that gifts or anything like that. But thank you so much, Salvage. That is so generous. If you got a gifty from legit Salvage, you need to stop everything you're doing and thank them, because that's a very kind thing. Thank you so much. Thanks for your coverage. Thanks for being a part of this community for so long. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Very poggers. We're now at 13 out of 25. Halfway through. Huge W. Thank you, Salvage. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here's this from Joshua P. Hill. Please do, by the way, go follow like all these accounts that I'm sharing and that I rely on. A lot of these like people, I rely on their coverage to be able to, give you what we do here. So it is worth it. They are all these people that I use, that I share. It's worth a follow. How are we doing on time? Ooh, the ads are upon us. All right, next up, chat, we're going to look at this from Ken Klippenstein, who just recently left The Intercept. All right. This is Ken's Substack, and we're gonna read his new piece. Attending Gaza protests, the feds are watching. All right. The police state goes burr from Ken Klippenstein coming up next. But first, chat, before we get into that article, we must run an ad break because it's been a little bit more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, make yourself seen. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to hook you up with a gifty. If you are one of those people that has the means to, and if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way, whether it be through gifting a sub or throwing some bits or throwing a dono. Either way, all of those things go towards helping us continue this stream full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We are back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through the ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any cash to throw my way. Appreciate it. But we're back. We are back. We're back. We're back. Let's get back into it. All right. Ken Klippenstein has just recently left The Intercept. And is now solo. Doing it solo. So we're going to check out this new piece from KenKlippenstein.com. Attending Gaza protests, the feds are watching. Let's check it out. The U.S. government hears the student protests and is responding, but not in the way that you'd might hope. What's up, Adric? For the feds, it's all about turning protests into a national security crisis with imagined foreign influence, sympathy for Hamas and other terrorist groups, and a threat to the government itself. It's widely known that local law enforcement agencies like the NYPD have been responding to the Gaza protests sweeping across the country, but less well known are the federal agencies that are quietly watching and preparing. Instead of addressing the issues raised, civilian casualties and the plight of the Palestinian people, divestment from Israel, demilitarization of universities and colleges, President Brandon himself bluntly dismisses the students. Mr. President, had the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region? A reporter asked at Brandon's press conference on Thursday. Without hesitation, Brandon answered, no. Those are the marching orders. So while the students continue to speak out, and so many are clearly unhappy with American policy, the federal government has wasted no time in surging resources from all across the country as it colors the students and threats to national security, or as threats, to national security. Here are some of the federal agencies that have now become involved. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, obviously. The Federal Protective Service, FPS, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement agency that protects federal buildings and other assets, and also the Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, the Department of Homeland Security's investigative arm. Under the Brandon administration's 2023 national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, a gaggle of additional agencies are called upon to take action. These include the Department of the Interior, whose rangers and guides are directed to, quote, identify and counter anti-Semitism and other forms of hate, and the Department of Agriculture through its law enforcement agents assigned to the Forest Service, who have been directed, quote, to learn how to identify and counter anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and related forms of discrimination. A gaggle of feds, yeah. Or how do you say, what is it? A gaggle of glowies or whatever. Oh my goodness. Hi, Fed chatters. Hi, FBI. Everybody say hi. The Pentagon, through its various investigative arms, Army CID, Navy NCIS, Air Force Office of Special Investigations, AFOSI, and other agencies, also manages FBI-run joint terrorism task forces, which are active throughout the country. FBI, in an NBC interview last week, FBI Director Christopher Wray confirmed that, quote, we do share intelligence about specific threats of violence regarding the campus protests. During the interview, which, remember, violence, what does violence mean to the police state? What does that mean now, chat? Is that violence against people necessarily? Like hurting actual people? Or do we mostly mean disrupting capital and damaging private property? Disrupting the flow of capital and damaging private property. Remember. Regarding the campus protests, during the interview, Wray also revealed the Bureau's alarmism about the terrorism threat level since Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel. We thought that even before October 7th that the terrorism threat was already elevated, Ray said, but post October 7th, it's gone to a whole nother level. Despite the fact that there have not been any terror attacks in the U.S. since the Hamas war began, Ray has been fear-mongering about the threat for months. In a March testimony to Congress, Christopher Wray warned that, quote, "We expect that October 7th and the conflict that's followed will feed a pipeline of radicalization and mobilization for years to come," which is so funny to say. It's like, yeah, it's almost like people don't really fuck with what you're doing. You know what I mean? And when they can't, you know, their elected representatives are not helping them do the things that they want, like, you know, divest from an apartheid state, disconnect itself from genocide, things like this broadly. Like, yeah, it's almost like, you know, there's an effect that happens. There's like this response, this reaction, if you will. The White House has also acknowledged the Bureau's involvement. On Wednesday, when asked about the campus protests, White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre said that the DOJ and FBI is going to continue to offer support to universities and colleges in respect to federal laws. The oh my God, dude. The fucking students, dude. The students calling for peace. Calling for, specifically, like we were just talking about, UCLA, for example, calling on UCLA to divest 0.4% of its fucking portfolio. 0.4%. This is the radicalization and the mobilization we're talking about. This is what the DOJ and FBI are fucking providing support to universities for. These are just little police state hedge funds. I always bring this up. I've been bringing this up for the past like month or whatever, or however long now. How many people even knew prior to these protests that your college or colleges in general invested in things like defense industry stocks? A lot of people didn't fucking know that colleges even did that kind of thing because, yeah, they are corporations like any other corporation. They have a bottom line and they also invest in other companies. Companies can invest in other companies. Thus the whole fucking oligopoly thing that we kind of got going on, right? A lot of people didn't even realize that was a thing. That's the mobilization that they're talking about. Radicalization is understanding, wait a second, I went into debt to go to a college that supports, that directly supports genocide. And at the end of it all, I'm going to be in debt probably for the rest of my life. And I probably won't get a job in the field that I studied. Like, yeah. That's called radicalization. When people start realizing that, wow, this is really fucked up. Yes. The White House has also acknowledged the Bureau's involvement. On Wednesday, when asked about campus protests, White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre said that the FBI and DOJ is going to continue to offer support to universities and colleges in respect to federal laws. The FBI is also under pressure from Congress to crack down on the protests. Last week, Senator Marsha Blackburn, a member of the Judiciary Committee, which oversees the FBI, called to, quote, put any student who promotes terrorism. Okay, last I checked, the only fucking terrorism that's been going on is at the hands of the police and at the hands of Zionist counter protesters. Period. Unless you're talking about, like I said, damage to private property and just generally the flow of capital in our market. Oh, yeah. Promotes terrorism on behalf of Hamas on the terrorist watch list. Fucking insane, dude. The watch list is maintained by the FBI. The Intercept has also reported on a Zoom call in which Representatives Josh Gottomer, Democrat from New Jersey, and Mike Lawler, Republican from New York, along with trustees from several universities, discussed what they saw as the need for FBI intervention. See, these are their real constituents, chat. These representatives here, the real constituents, are the trustees of the universities, these hedge funds. Not you, not the students, not the people who pay, like the average person who pays taxes, not the not people who are going into debt, going to these institutions. It's fucking insane, dude. Fucking insane. We need the FBI to intervene now. Love you very much, Tofu. Good night. Yo, love you too, Mike D. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Night night. Following repeated claims by a university board of trustee member that outside entities were funding and orchestrating the encampments. Following repeated claims by a university board of trustees member that outside entities were funding and orchestrating the encampments, Gadamer said that he had been in touch with the FBI on the matter. On that, I actually should pull up on the side here. There was a Politico fucked up. I mean, did they fuck up or did they just kind of like get caught? I don't know. Let's see. This is from yesterday. From Rolling Stone. Who was great, by the way. Politico misses mark in story on who's funding pro-Palestine protests against Biden. After Rolling Stone reached out, Politico corrected its story to note that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation does not fund the groups it claimed. Politico went off talking about how there's a bunch of Democrat, like big D Democrat, donors funding these protests, like fueling the conspiracy theories from Zionists and conservatives and just hogs in general, that like George Soros and like the deep state are behind these movements. Like the Black Lives Matter movement and now these campus fucking, encampments. Further fueling that. Completely false, by the way. Yeah, wait, someone's funding us? That's what I'm saying. It's like, I still haven't received my check from the fucking Gates Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or from any Soros Foundation. Like, I'm still waiting. I could use some money right about now. Let me fucking tell you. So that's what they're talking about here. So I'll share this in the chat. Based on my conversations with the FBI, Gadamer, who is a member of the Intelligence Committee, said, "I can't just say that I think people are well aware this is an issue." Gadamer added, "I can't speak for the local FBI field offices, but it's got to be all hands on deck. Excuse me. Federal Protective Services, FPS. The little-known Department of Homeland Security law enforcement agency tasked with protecting federal buildings and workers has also been involved in responding to Gaza protests, including at Yale University. While FPS is tasked with protecting federal facilities, federal law allows them to operate, quote, in areas outside the property to the extent necessary to protect the property and persons on the property. In 2020, during the George Floyd protests in Portland, Oregon, FPS undertook a number of anti-protest operations, including Operations Keen Titan and Nailhead, never before revealed. Keen Titan and Nailhead. So, like, you remember like the stories about people being swooped up in unmarked vans and having bags put over their head and taken to undisclosed locations and interrogated and things like this. Like, that's what we're talking about here. This Attack on Titan now? No, Teen Titan. As part of these operations, 2 unidentified federal agents clad in full combat gear snatched a protester off the streets and moved him into an unmarked van. There you go. This is what I was talking about. Video of the incident generated a firestorm of criticism and confusion, including from Congress, about who the agents worked for. Only later did it become clear that these were FPS inspectors, as they're called. They are federal law enforcement officers. The department's Customs and Border Protection later acknowledged that it had sent its Special Forces equivalent, BORTAC, Border Patrol Tactical Unit, to Portland to protect federal property, deputized to operate under FPS cover. So also on that, there was word that there was word from the SJP, the SJP in San Diego, or the national SJP actually, that in San Diego at the sweeps yesterday that we were covering just a little bit ago at UCSD, there was BORTAC present. So they were, we were spread. I retweeted some things and people are spreading the word out there that if you're a DACA student or if you're undocumented, to stay the fuck away from UCSD or the encampment. Unbeknown to many, under federal law, unbeknownst to many, under federal law, the Secretary of Homeland Security can designate employees of Department of Homeland Security as officers and agents for duty in connection with the protection of property owned or occupied by the federal government and persons on the property, including duty in areas outside the property to the extent necessary to protect the property and persons on the property. Why do you think it is that property was mentioned so many damn times in this chat? What did I say earlier? Why is property so specifically mentioned here? FPS's unique authorities have been brought to bear on the college protesters. In an FPS email obtained by Jason Leopold of Bloomberg under a Freedom of Information request, warns of a pro-Israel rally scheduled for October 13th on Yale's campus in New Haven, Connecticut. The concern is that Yale University is pro-Hamas, the FPS inspector wrote. Bro. Yale University is Hamas, chat. Amazing stuff. The FPS inspector wrote, later conceding that at this time, there is no credible threat. Just vibes. Just vibes. You know what I mean? It's almost like there's something else to this, right? Like, it's almost like there's something else that they're not mentioning here that it's really more specifically aimed towards, right? This concept of a university being pro-Hamas. Very interesting. FPS's involvement has looped in both the Brandon administration and even Congress. In an October 17th email obtained by Bloomberg, an FPS inspector alerted top Brandon administration officials to Gaza protesters, quote, rotating between U.S. government locations, noting that a recent missile strike on a Gaza hospital has started inflaming tensions, bro. Yeah, people are getting radicalized and they're mobilizing, you know? Fucking insane. Oh, my favorite VTuber Tofu. Oh, what's up, Guru? Thank you so much for 20 months. Sorry, I don't have any alerts today. I'm still setting up my fucking OBS because all my scenes were fucking deleted and I had to rebuild all my shit. And I thought I was finished, but I forgot to fucking add alerts before I hit go live. But thank you, Doodle Burb. I hope you're doing good. Everybody go follow Burb. Do it. Where was I? Rotating between USG, noting that a recent missile strike on a Gaza hospital, quote, has started inflaming tensions. The email also alludes to, quote, all of the FPS reporting you're already receiving. At the prodding of FPS, the officer of Senator Elizabeth Warren, snakes in the chat, Democrat from Massachusetts, requested FPS presence. Interesting. Oh, really, Elizabeth? Oh, several days after Hamas October 7th attack, the office was warned by FPS that a rabbi would be visiting Warren's office, quote, to intimidate? Oh, intimidate is what they meant to say. To intimidate and harass her. Warren's office requested their presence. Given the tone of the social media posts, it would be helpful to have an officer there and ready should we need more assistance, a Warren staffer wrote in an email obtained by Bloomberg. All right, Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. Much less is known about the involvement of the Department of Homeland Security's investigative arm, a Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. While the ICE sub-agency likes to bill itself as working to combat child exploitation, who could have a problem with that? Its sprawling mission encompasses many other things, including, it turns out, monitoring the Gaza protests. Wait, why did it auto-mod you? What the fuck? Oh, Rabbi Tofu Ghost added Rabbi Gigolos as a permitted term. Shut the fuck up, bro. What? Shut up, dude. Oh my god. In another email obtained by Bloomberg, an HSI official is shown alerting others to the National March for Gaza, a demonstration that took place on October 21st at the Washington Monument. Is that the end? Yeah, edited by Willie. Okay, got it. Gotcha. So, something worth considering, and why OPSEC is so very important. Okay, chat. OPSEC is so very important, which is why we also have this here exclamation point protest for you. Just like a bunch of different tips there. Tips for protests, your protesters' rights, surveillance prevention, a de-arrest primer, an activist guide to basic first aid. If anybody has anything else that you think should be added to that, feel free to share it in the Discord. We love OPSEC, folks. We love OPSEC, folks. Good OPSEC. That's right. Did I share this in the chat? I already did. Cool. All right. Shared that in the chat. Let's keep it moving. Now, let's let me shut the fuck up for a while and which go back to our YouTube playlist, exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. Okay, Tofu, now show me the video. The video of what? What are you talking about? Oh, wait, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You're gonna remember exactly what I'm talking about the moment I fucking show you. Hold on. Video of this? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. But it was this, Diosu.
Have you ever...
Oh, wait, no, not this one. What do you think about the E10? Oh, it wasn't Diosu, it was Sarsec. I got you guys mixed up. Okay. But actually, no, I didn't. There is a different one. There's a different one with Diosu. The
America
this one.
test? Oh.
No, this is Celtic. Wait, which one was the Diosu one? This one.
Have you eaten a camel burger? That seems like not a normal thing that you would find at a burger spot.
Have you ever had ground buffalo? I haven't, but I know that's more normal. I've seen that. Never heard of it. I'm sure it exists. I mean, I guess. I ate your... So stupid. Fuck you for this. Still can't believe you did that. I still can't believe you did that. Bitch. Okay. I'll have you know my mother's a saint. Okay. Do not talk about. All right. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Let me stop talking for a bit here. Let's head to our playlist now. Exclamation point watching in the chat. A group of University of Chicago faculty defend pro-Palestinian encampment. Very based.
The same solidarity with the people of Gaza unites the peaceful protesters who have camped here on the quad for the last 7 days. These are nonviolent protesters and they are our students. We call on President Alivisatos to find an alternative to police violence and to continue negotiating. We support the protesters' central demands, that the university divest its endowment and that it suspend its formal cooperation with Israeli institutions. We don't want them getting beat up.
This right here, chat. More of that. More of that, okay?
Just because they're camping on the lawn.
The university must not employ police force to put an end to students' protests. To do so would violate the university's duty to protect its students, as well as their right to free expression.
Protest is disruptive. Every massive protest movement in American history has deployed disruption to great effect.
But not like that.
My name is Carmo. My name is Jarman.
But not like that. Okay, now let's go to, we talked a lot about student journalists today. already, but let's look at this piece from Associated Press about student journalists. Student journalists talk about covering protests in their campuses. Let's fucking go, baby.
My name is Jason. I'm Chris Dave.
My name is Manasa Gudavali.
This is Samson too.
My name is Em, and I'm a student journalist at NYU.
Protest movements taking place on college campuses across the country have put student journalists at the heart of one of the biggest stories of 2024. Young reporters at New York University have shared some of what their experience has been like.
Our reporters have been working tirelessly to cover the encampments and protests happening on our campus these past 2 weeks. Our paper student journalists have been risking their safety to cover these events, and I've just been so impressed with our
Just
staff's
vibing.
bravery, fearlessness, and pursuit of the truth.
After the police arrested 133 protesters from Gold Plaza on the night of April 22nd, action shifted towards right here on West 3rd Street.
You have been warned by New York University to...
Fucking hold on, run that back. Thumb cam.
Action shifted towards right here on West 3rd Street.
You have been...
Thumb detected. Woo, 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 brrr, scanning for thumb. Thumb detected. Thumb detected. Thumb detected.
Warned by New York University to leave the area. Please leave the plaza now, or you will be arrested for trespass.
Protesters try to stall correctional buses carrying those arrested from leaving the scene. It is also right here where I was pepper sprayed by an NYPD officer in riot gear as I was trying to photograph from the sidewalk.
I was one of
Damn. That's crazy, you guys.
the last 3 people on the plaza the night our first encampment was swept and have been covering demonstrations nearly every day since. Reporting on these events has
Oh my god, LB's bonk emote. Oh my god. This is so cute. It's so cute. I love it. Now I need one, dude. Oh my god, do you guys remember who was watching Brett's stream when we're hanging out at UCLA and we found the big water jug in the wild. We found one in the wild.
consumed my past 2 weeks, not just because I love what I do, but because the demonstrations have become a constant in my life.
That was funny as hell.
I walk to my morning classes and take note of how many NYPD vans
Oh my god, dude, I love how many emotes are coming. Oh my god, that's so good. This is great. 27. Oh, is that $27 or 27 club? I think. Yeah, and then we got Brett's classic. This one's fucking banger. What is this one? Maple. Oh my gosh. Like a bonk arrive. Oh my god. All right, I need to get on this shit, dude. There's so many good ones.
stationed down the block compared to the night before, and I always know when protesters start chanting because I can hear it from my dorm room. As time-consuming as it's been, I can confidently say that I've learned more these past 2 weeks than I could have in any journalism class.
Fuck yeah, dude. Talk about trial by fire. Like, this... If you are in journalism, you are a journalism student in college, and then this goes down on your campus, like, the reality that you are going to be exposed to there is something that you cannot get from any textbook. Period. Especially the context of the modern time, right? Like you have like 1968 to look to. You have like, you know, Kent State. You have like old movements to look to, which are never really, one-to-one comparisons. You know what I mean? They're obviously, the past needs to be learned from and needs to be studied and needs to be remembered always and forever. But like this experience, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. If I was a journalism teacher, I would just have everybody come back and like, write about their experience. You know what I mean? With this, like, and I would give everybody a passing grade because you all had a fucking, you all got way more out of reality than you could have out of any fucking class.
Newspapers all across the country have been doing has been so impressive to see, and the dedication to journalism students have had while having to do classes and final exams and other jobs has shown the resilience and importance of independence.
Yeah, exactly, Buddha.
UCLA has named a new head of security after last week's...
Oh, fuck. I should have... This was supposed to be... we were supposed to look at this earlier. We kind of already talked about that. So we're going to have to skip this. Let's go now to... let's leave the United States. And look at this here. One sec. Campus protests are still popping up, not just in the United States, but across the motherfucking world, including pausers, total, including Bangladesh. Bro, the same chants being heard at campuses across the world makes me like, holy crap. Like, I feel, I don't know. It's like, it's such a wonderful feeling directly connected to these people, to like people across the fucking world. Like we, you know, there's nothing, I don't know. It's so corny and cheesy, I know, but like, man, it makes me, this chanting the same things. All right. It just makes me so happy to hear. Let's go. Bro, dripped out, bro. Drippy. Oh my God. Let's fucking go, you beautiful fucking, oh, you beautiful souls. Look at all these beautiful people. Oh my God, this is so awesome. This shit makes me so fucking happy, man. I'm in the Netherlands for work, seeing so many Palestine flags, and Free Palestine banners made me just so happy. I can completely relate. Fuck, thank you for sharing that. Yes. Yes. Fuck yes. Yes, this. Very much this, baby. Let's fucking go. That's why I love this community and my like the time that I stream, being introduced to so many international chatters and seeing the solidarity across fucking across borders is so fucking powerful. Is so fucking powerful. Holy shit. Welcome in. Yeah. Wait, was that System of a Down? Wait, run that back. I could. It's too like, it's like right at the very end. It's too hard. I think that might have been System of a Down. I love that. What's up, Turtle Pool? Welcome in. All right, now we go to Tel Aviv, where demonstrators are calling on Israel to agree to a hostage deal. Hamas has agreed to terms that were on the table. All right, the ball is in Israel's court. Israel has already been advancing over the last 24 hours into Rafah. But remember that there are people in Tel Aviv, whether they are still Zionists ultimately or not, like, because there are some that are Zionists, I would say probably mostly are Zionists, but there are some in this crowd and in this movement in Tel Aviv, in Israel, that are not Zionists. So it is always worth remembering that, one. And two, the media does not want to talk about this. Really doesn't want to talk about this unless they're on some lib shit. You know what I mean? So let's check it out. Why are they still in Gaza?
We're here to tell our
God,
government that we won't stop until they will bring everybody home now. They need to bring them home in a deal and end all the suffering and agony that the hostages in Gaza are suffering. Now, before it will be too late.
Damn, seriously, some fucking captions would have been so great, Associated Press. Holy crap.
As the school year...
Good for them. I mean, like I said, some of them still may be Zionists or whatever, but they also recognize that it's clear that the state of Israel doesn't give a shit about the hostages, and that the weaponization of the existence of those hostages to justify the ongoing genocide of Palestinians and also the ongoing endangerment of those hostages as well. A ceasefire is necessary, is the only way to ensure that those hostages go home to their families and to their loved ones. So, it's always worth pointing out the unrest that is happening within the apartheid state that is Israel, IOF couldn't give a shit less about them hostages. Yes, that's right. That's right. All right. How are we doing on time? Oh my God, we are doing horribly on time. Let's go now to Democracy Now. Tofu, even before Hamas agreed to the terms, Netanyahu had already said that regardless. Yeah, right. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Netanyahu had already said that regardless if they do or they don't, they were still going to invade into Rafah either way. They never cared. Exactly. Exactly. Good morning, Inkfrog. All right, now let's go to Democracy right fucking now to hear them talk about campus protests. Let's go.
This news is funded by viewers like you.
Like you.
Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now.
Democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. What? You said it wrong! You threw off the whole...
Ceremonies have begun on college campuses across the United States as students continue their protests in solidarity with Palestine and calling on their schools to divest from Israel. On Friday, the student speaker at University of Toledo's graduate school commencement ceremony wore a keffiyeh hijab and a Palestinian flag over her graduation robe. This is part of the address by Maha Zaiden, a Palestinian-American graduating law student, president of the Graduate Student Association.
I apologize that this is not a typical graduation speech, but there is nothing typical about the times that we are living in.
True.
There is.
That's true. This is history. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist.
Charlottesville.
Oh my God, have I been muted this whole time? Fuck! I said stuff. I don't remember what I said. Whatever. Fuck. God damn it.
Where in 2017, neo-Nazis chanted, "Jews will not replace us." Police and riot gear.
And killed a person. You remember? And killed a person.
Stormed a Gaza solidarity encampment, arrested at least 25 student protesters.
Sick. Cool shit.
The raid came after The Intercept's Prem Thacker reported UVA, quote, appears to have unilaterally changed policy on tents to help justify calling upon the police to arrest protesters. Police have now arrested more than 2,500 students at pro-Palestine protests across the U.S. in the past 3 weeks, which includes 133 arrests on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Ronaldo just answered. Run that back.
100 students. Police to arrest protesters. Police have now arrested more than 2,500 students protests across the U.S.
2,500,
which includes 133 arrests on Thursday at SUNY New Paltz alone.
2,500. Yo, Radham, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Here, let me turn off the follower thing for you for a little bit. Shouts out Radham. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream. What were y'all up to? I'm Tofu, if you've never been here before. Oh, thank you, Celtic. Perfect timing. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. I'm not normally a block of tofu, but today I am. Right now, we are just finishing up pretty much our campus protest coverage. We've done a lot of campus protest coverage. I would definitely, if you're curious, you can either hit !watching in the chat to see what we've watched tonight as far as YouTube videos. But if you rewind in the VOD, which should be available, you can get all the articles that we've read throughout the stream so far. We've kind of covered a lot of different things about the campus protests, more specifically in LA and throughout the United States and even abroad in Bangladesh. And now we're ending on this piece from Democracy Now! About the same thing. Welcome in. Hello and followed. Yeah, Radham is awesome. Everybody go follow. Radham always does cool makeup looks that are fucking awesome. They also do a lot of art and Warhammer figurine painting. A lot of lefty politics coverage. Very cool. Very comfy. Go follow.
Police violently raided a student encampment with batons and dogs.
Let me run this back.
The raid came after The Intercept's Prem Thacker reported UVA, quote, appears to have unilaterally changed policy on tents to help justify calling upon the police to arrest protesters. Police have now arrested more than 2,500 students at pro-Palestine protests across the U.S. in the past 3 weeks, which includes 133 arrests on Thursday at SUNY New Paltz alone, where police violently raided a student encampment with batons and dogs. Well, we're joined by 3 guests from these schools. We're beginning in Southfield, Michigan, with Salma Hamami, a student at University of Michigan who just graduated this past weekend. Salma's president of Students for Justice in Palestine chapter at the University of Michigan. Salma, can you describe the graduation ceremony on Saturday?
Hi, yes, thank you for having me. So the graduation ceremony on Saturday took place in the early morning with nearly hundreds and hundreds of students prepared to enjoy a celebratory moment. However, likewise, there are hundreds of students who are in the process of immense grief given the ongoing genocide in Gaza and given the fact that the University of Michigan is funding a genocide. So students took it upon themselves to engage in protest at the ceremony with nearly 100 students walking up and down the aisle, trying to rally for the university to heed our demands, considering that they have entirely ignored us for the last 7 months. As soon as the plane flew over with the banner "Divest from Israel Now, Free Palestine," students jumped out of their seats carrying the Palestinian flag, walked throughout the aisles, and eventually the police pushed us towards the back and prevented further protesters from being able to join us in the graduation.
And the response of the overall crowd, I mean, there were tens of thousands of people there at University of Michigan graduation, Salma.
Yeah, there were certainly tens of thousands of people there. The stadium is one of the largest in the world. And as soon as the plane flew by with the banner calling for the university to divest, cheers erupted through the crowd as students stood up and held their Palestinian flags. You could likewise hear a mix of cheers and some fellow students nearby calling for the police to immediately arrest us, cursing us
terrorism
out, throwing racial slurs. However, students continued on and held the Palestinian flag very high up and joined very quickly with one another, and only got louder as both the cheers and boos continued.
Very quickly, Salma, I'm curious. At the same time, you have a Gaza Solidarity encampment on campus. Police have not been called in to raid that?
Yes. Surprisingly, police officers have not been called in to raid our encampment yet. We have faced quite a bit in regards to police brutality throughout the last 7 months. And as of right now, our best guess is due to the fact that every single time police suppression continues on the rise, students' power only grows in response. And so...
Exactly. This is what we were talking about earlier. Like, tell me one time in history where a movement like this was like, you know, clamped down on, right? That didn't end up growing because of it. Like, tell me an instance in history where a movement like this wasn't further radicalized and further mobilized in response to your attack on the movement, you know, to the state's attack on the movement or whatever. Like, point to me a time in the history. That's like...
Considering that the university would probably be very fearful of what would happen on campus if they were to engage in police violence again. Witnessing what has happened in the past, students would only exemplify and amplify their solidarity. So it's more so a preventative cause. They're saying that they're trying to allow students to peacefully protest. However, every single time we have tried peacefully protesting in the past, demanding a meeting, they've arrested us several times, brutally beaten us to the floor, even ripping off students' hijabs in the process. So as of right now, the university, I think, is trying to wait it out and to wait for the students' energy to die down. However, it's only going to continue to grow.
Salma's joining us from Michigan. We're going now to Cady de la Cruz, an undergraduate student at University of Virginia in Charlottesville, arrested Saturday for participating in the pro-Palestine encampment, a senior scheduled to graduate in 2 weeks. Now, let's place this again. This is Charlottesville, where in 2017, scores of white men, mainly men, marched.
Imagine going down in history as the goofy ass incel, like, white dudes marching around with tiki torches. Like, do you look back on those times like fondly and be like, yeah, we really did something there?
Saying Jews will not replace us. This is during the Trump administration. If you can describe the arrest that took place, Cady, police arresting 25 protesters, what happened?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so as you noted, the tent policy changed without notice at 11 a.m. On Saturday, and at noon, they deployed state troopers in riot gear. We immediately linked arms. We knew why we were there. We knew we weren't going to leave until they met our demands, and we felt strong. They stalled for 2 hours. The state police, the city police, the county police, the university police were all there. At least 100 cops, and we danced, and a huge crowd gathered around.
They had statues of Confederate soldiers, Tofu, of the losers, the biggest losers in American history. True.
On the encampment. supporting us as police tried to keep them from getting in, but people kept running actually past the cops to join us. There was so much solidarity. The crowd outside was almost louder than us. Eventually, the state troopers in riot gear did close in on us, a line of at least 40 of them, just a little bit longer than us, with shields. We were able to hold our ground until they started to spray huge clouds of chemicals at close range. When we ran back into the encampment to flush out our eyes and our throats, it was when we were separated and on the ground that they started to beat me down with their shields, drag my body with by my clothes, and they sprayed us at close range with the chemicals. I saw the can close to my face. I had a friend who they ripped her goggles off and sprayed her.
Yep.
They took us somewhere where they had no medics and no water while we screamed in pain.
Which shows you how important those goggles are, right, chat? Which shows you how important those things are, like the goggles, the masks, the shields, the umbrellas, having backpacks full of saline, you know what I mean? Not milk. Okay. Like that, showing you the importance of it. Yeah, why do they wear masks? Yeah, like the same as like when the UCLA students, when the encampment was swept and they one by one unmasked all of the students took their keffiyehs off and took their masks off in front of all the local news like ABC 7 and KTLA 5 and all those fucking reactionary freaks. Yeah, shows you the importance of it.
They detained 26 of us for almost 9 hours with the chemicals still burning on our skins. I'm now banned from campus. They've given us no chance to get our belongings. I have no phone,
Absolutely
no laptop,
vile behavior.
no wallet. I'm purely getting by on the generosity of my friends. And like you said, this is the same.
That's called mutual aid, chat. Right? Like, this requires community. This type of thing requires strong community. There's nothing more important than building strong community. Period. And this means showing out for each other in whatever capacity necessary. And in this situation, this person needed help living. And good thing they had community. I don't know their pronouns. Good thing. There's nothing more important than strong community.
Campus that knew that men with rifles, Nazis, white supremacists were coming and did not stop them. And none of those white supremacists are banned from campus.
Kari,
just like how we saw just under 50 people arrested, including press, including a former mayoral candidate, including multiple National Lawyers Guild representatives, and scores of students today at UCLA, and then not even including all of the people who were arrested at the sweep of the UCLA encampment, who some are still in inside, by the way, ! Bail funds. While that is the case, while there has been so many people arrested in LA alone, not even including like the 2,500 nationwide that have been arrested, all of those violent Zionists who have been unmasked, who did interviews with news outlets, they have multiple viral videos of them beating on old ladies, jumping people, fucking shooting fireworks. It's starting all of the violence that we saw at UCLA. No matter how much evidence and proof and like how viral they went because of it, none of them are in jail. None of them have been approached. Like none of them have been found and held accountable by the police. However, protesters calling for their college to divest from apartheid and genocide have been arrested. Press, photojournalists, and journalists generally have been arrested. A former, including like Film the Police LA and A Catholic News, we were talking about earlier in the stream, including a former mayoral candidate in Los Angeles, Gina Viola, including multiple representatives from the National Lawyers Guild who were there in a legal observer capacity. Do you see? Do you see what's happening here? Do you see?
You're supposed to graduate in 2 weeks?
By the way, if you happen to be in a queer sage state, safe state, and own your own home or rent a place that is bigger than one person, please take in some people from unsafe places. I mean, do what you're able to do. Do what you're able to do. Everybody has a different capacity of what they are able to do, right? So like, it's hard to just like make broad statements. Whatever you can do, you should do it. You know, assess your situation, assess what you are able to do safely, whatever you are able to do within your monetary ability, your, how able you are, I guess, able-bodied. Like there's a range of things that different people are able to participate in.
Yes. You're risking so much to have protested right before spending years getting your degree. Why did you do it?
We had spent so many.
Wait, what the heck? Oh, it thought you posted a link. Yes, police state shit is going on in our police state. Yeah, surprise Pikachu, yeah.
Months pushing for divestment. We had walkouts, like Salma was saying, like we had walkouts. We had done so much. We had passed a referendum that got more votes in favor than even our entire student council election.
Whoa, you're a tofu block? What's up, Forrest the Virus? How you doing? Normally I'm not a tofu block, but today I'm in my tofu form. How you doing? Welcome in.
And our administration refused to even comment on divestment. And even though I only have 2 weeks before I'm supposed to graduate, I actually started the encampment on my last day of classes, and I ended up missing my classes. But even with 2 weeks left, all of us there felt like we have more time on our hands left on our timeline than the people in Gaza as we're watching them bomb Rafah. We had a vigil the night before they raided our encampment, and we felt so much strength in our escalation. We knew why we were there. We linked arms. We felt strong. We danced in front of that riot gear.
Wrap it
we
up.
would hold it down for anything.
Well, I want to thank.
All jokes aside, shouts out to this person for real. Oops. What the heck?
Thank you so much for joining us, Cuddy. And I want to now go to New York, to Ray Ferrara, who is with SUNY New York at State University.
Wait, you weren't a literal block of tofu this whole time? Listen, it's up to you to decide what came first, okay? The humanoid or the tofu-oid? The soyoid? I don't know.
Of New York at New Paltz at the Gaza Solidarity Encampment. Ray Ferrara, can you describe, I mean, you had a large number of students arrested, over 130?
The closest thing to an accurate number we have is 133, but it is most definitely more than that. That's the number that the DA is giving. But just our jail support resources have made it even more than that. We had about that many people at the encampment.
And very quickly, since we only have about 40 seconds, can you
Very quickly, lightning round, 10 seconds. Describe to me everything that this movement stands for. Go!
describe what happened? You had just put the encampment up when police moved in?
No, we set up our encampment on 1 p.m. on Wednesday, and it wasn't until about 10:40 p.m. on Thursday that the police raided us. This is after several failed attempts to negotiate with the university. Police raided us for over 3 hours. They knocked my friend unconscious.
We have 3 seconds. Tell me the meaning of life. Go!
He now has a concussion. They knocked an 82-year-old woman unconscious. All of my friends have bruises. They have red marks on their hands from the zip ties. And then afterwards, they bulldoze all of our things.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today
Like
at
you, chat.
democracynow.org/give.
/give. Tofughost.now. Tofughost.twitch.tv is funded by viewers like you, chat. Okay? Next up, we're going to get into, we're going to leave encampment and protest updates, and we're going to go to updates from the region. We're going to talk about Hamas accepting the proposal for a Gaza ceasefire, Israel just going ahead with the Rafah invasion. We're going to go from there to talk about Al Jazeera being banned by Israel, the lone democracy in the Middle East, classic. And then we're going to talk about God damn
so
it.
I have yet another
We're going to go to this guy
absolutely
right here with a cool mustache to talk about a Democrat being charged in a wild foreign bribery scheme. Classic. And then if we have time, we also have Angola, the modern day slave plantation by a friend of the show, Gremlo, who I haven't had the chance to watch yet. So if we have time, I would love to watch that with y'all. But first, chat, before we continue on, pre-watch, I promise it wasn't pre-watch. I know it says red, but I swear I didn't watch it. I swear. I promise. Please believe me. But first, before we continue on, I swear to God. Why would I lie? Bro, that's crazy. Evil Tofu Twin watched it. Listen, they be on some fuck shit. Like, I swear, if you click on the link, like you say, let's say you, instead of adding it to a playlist, you click on the thumbnail and it opens it up and it starts playing the video and you might press pause right away. It'll still put a fucking red bar on that bitch. Like, what the fuck? Forlorn, thank you for gifting to Radham. Let's go. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Thank you. Very poggers. Very poggers. Now Radham won't have to see the ads that I'm about to run because it's been a little bit more than an hour since our last ad break, chat. And here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends, make sure to say hi in the chat, make yourself seen. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. If you are one of our friends in the chat that has the means to, and you enjoy the content, you enjoy the stream, you'd like to see it continue on full time, please do consider supporting in some way, whether that be by gifting a sub, throwing some bits, or a dono. All of those things help very much. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. we're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through a bunch of fucking ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to help out this stream and support, even if you don't have any cash to throw my way. So I appreciate you all. But we're back. Shaq doing ads to the general now, SMH. The fuck? Dude, those are old school. I didn't even know those were still a thing. Subaru ad, kind of cool, to be honest. Listen, at least it wasn't fucking, you know, Marines ads or like fucking, we literally get like intelligence officers like ads for like the Navy and shit like that. It's so crazy. I figured I might as well give ad reviews. Listen, honestly, I appreciate that. Give me a glimpse into a world that I don't know and I don't understand. CIA ads coming in. We literally have had FBI ads though. Like, I don't know about CIA, but definitely FBI ads, which is like so fucking hilarious. It's honestly hilarious. And if it's gonna be anywhere, here's my take on that. If those ads, which play heavily, you know what I mean, like those, you know, the military and like defense contractors and things like this, they advertise heavily on this platform. But if it's, my take is that if it's gonna play anywhere on twitch.tv, I'm glad it's here. Like if there's gonna be army recruitment ads playing anywhere, I'm glad that they're playing it here because they're wasting their fucking money. Get fucked. I know Carter Chatter saw Air Force ads. Yeah, I think that they generally like, I don't know. They just, I mean, I think that everybody gets those ads. I think that gaming in general is like a huge target for the military, or whatever, like the gaming platforms and gaming communities or whatever. But like I said, you know, they're just, it's pretty funny showing your FBI ads and your Navy ads to a bunch of fucking leftists. So yeah, got to get those COD kids. Exactly. I might join the murder machine. I don't know. I saw them playing Fortnite, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. U.S. Army Esports, is that still an account? Didn't they get rid of that? I thought that like, wasn't that that whole thing? How did that turn out? Teaching gamers the other tactical N-bomb. The real N-word, right? Stop. My mind is a fortress. Bring the ads. Let's go. We are immune to propaganda. They stopped streaming. Fucking good, because that's why they got like harassed, as they should. Jesus Christ. Gamers are the least likely to touch grass, so those motherfuckers never paying for their worth. Lamau. I mean, unless we're talking about drone operators, okay? Like I be like seeing like shorts in like TikToks and shit like that of like people doing, you know, like with their whole setups in their rooms, they're doing the like, you know, like the aircraft or whatever the fuck it's called, like the like flight simulator. Yeah, flight simulator. Oh, Durank Dink, thank you so much for gifting to Bleak. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Durank Dink. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind of you. Very pog. We're at 15 out of 25 now, just 10 away from the sub goal. Very cool. Thank you so much. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Like I've seen flight simulator shit come up on my timeline or like in my algo a lot, and the way that the technology, like where the technology has gotten to, seeing like the tech that people have in their streaming setups and their gaming setups, their room is like straight up the cockpit of a fucking aircraft. You know, like you literally could control a plane just in the same way that you are doing. Like you can literally learn how to fly a plane by like doing flight simulator. Yep, cockpit. So like, it's like, we're literally just training ourselves to be the next generation's fucking warriors. It's like, you're playing Call of Duty all day and really all you're doing is just like getting ready for World War IV. Like, shit. Anyway, like I don't know, just like the amount of detail that goes into like a lot of those like the flight simulator shit specifically. It's like you are literally flying a plane right now from your bedroom. You just need to add a one button that shoots a fucking missile and melts fucking brown kids, and yeah. Anyway, Anyway, let's keep it moving. Okay, before we talk about... Oh man, we gotta speed run this bitch. We gotta speed run a bit. All right, let's read a couple things. Oops, what the hell? From Zeteo. Exclusive. You have been warned. Republican senators threatened the ICC prosecutor over possible Israel arrest warrants. They said, bitch, try me. Bitch, try me. I'll Hague Act all over you, motherfucker. I swear to God, Hague Invasion Act all up in this bitch. A group of influential Republican senators has sent a letter to International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, warning him not to issue international arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials, and threatening him with, quote, severe sanctions if he does so. In a terse one-page letter obtained exclusively by Zeteo and signed by 12 GOP senators, including Tom Cotton of Arkansas, Florida's Marco Rubio, and Theodore Felito Cruz of Tejas, Khan is informed that any attempt by the ICC to hold Netanyahu and his colleagues to account for their actions in Gaza will be interpreted, quote, not only as a threat to Israel's sovereignty, but to the sovereignty of the United States. Okay. Yeah, that's right. The 51st state of the United States. Israel, baby. Welcome in, Danarchist. Target Israel and we will target you. And this is what was obtained by Zeteo exclusively. Look at those signatures. Target Israel and we will target you, the senators tell Khan, adding that they will, quote, sanction your employees and associates and bar you and your families from the United States. Jesus Christ. Rather ominously, the letter concludes, you have been warned. Jesus, dude. In a statement to Zeteo, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland said, it is fine to express opposition to a possible judicial action, but it is absolutely wrong to interfere in a judicial matter by threatening judicial officers, their family members, and their employees with retribution. This thuggery is something befitting the mafia, not U.S. senators. And I might offer to you, what if those two things were kind of the same things? Like, what if U.S. senators kind of acted like the mafia? Like, what if I told you, like, this thuggery is absolutely befitting of a U.S. senator? Ramona, thank you so much for gifting to Danarchist. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Again, our alerts have not been set up yet. So if I miss anybody gifting a sub or subscribing or whatever, please let me know. But thank you so much, Ramona. Very kind of you. Thank you. Now what are we at now? We're fucking 9 away from the daily sub goal. Pog. Thank you guys. Mafia mention. Let's go. True. While neither Israel nor the United States are members of the ICC, the Palestinian... Why, by the way? Why is that? I thought we cared about like international order and these things. I thought, that's crazy. While neither Israel nor the United States are members of the ICC, the Palestinian territories were admitted with the status of a member state in April 2015. Khan, a British lawyer, was appointed as the ICC's chief prosecutor in February 2021, a week after the court had already decided by majority that its territorial jurisdiction extended to Gaza and the West Bank. In the wake of the attacks of October 7th, 2023, Khan announced that the court had jurisdiction over any potential war crimes committed both by Hamas militants in Israel and by Israeli forces in Gaza. The ICC, per the Rome Statute of 2002, can charge individuals with war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. And recent reports suggest Israeli officials increasingly believe that the ICC is preparing arrest warrants for Netanyahu and other senior cabinet and military officials. On Friday, the Hague-based office of the chief prosecutor published an unprecedented statement on Twitter, calling for an end to threats of retaliation against the ICC and attempts to, quote, impede and intimidate its officials. The statement added that such threats could, quote, constitute an offense against the administration of justice under the Rome Statute. Yeah. The timing of this rare public rebuke now makes more sense. The U.S. Senator's letter was sent to Khan a week earlier on April 24th. In their letter, the dozen Republican senators remind Khan that the U.S., quote, demonstrated in the American Service Members Protection Act the lengths to which we will go to protect its sovereignty. To protect its sovereignty. The ASPA, signed into law by George W. Bush in 2002, has since become widely known as the Hague Invasion Act because it authorizes the U.S. president, quote, to use all means necessary and appropriate to bring about the release not just of U.S. persons, but also allies who are imprisoned or detained by the ICC. The group of Republican senators, which also includes Minority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky and South Carolina's Tim Scott, who is believed to be on Donald Trump's vice presidential shortlist. Bruh. Tim Scott? Really? Really? I can't, like, those are two personalities that I just don't see jiving at all. Like, there's just no way those two puzzle pieces fit. You know what I mean? Those two personalities, no shot they could like hang out together. You know? Like that's way worse than Trump and Pence's dynamic. You know what I mean? Like at least Pence was like a freak evangelical, right? And evangelicals fucking love Trump, right? So it's like, Hoy. Who is believed to be on Donald Trump's vice presidential shortlist, suggests the issuance of any arrest warrants for the leaders of Israel by the ICC would be, quote, illegitimate and lack legal basis. I mean, says you. Like, says you. The rest of the world, however, like, you are the odd one out here in the international community. The American exceptionalism has, like, is so fucking ingrained in our culture as Americans that like this is so hard to understand. This kind of shit is so hard to understand. People are like, well, yeah, like it makes sense because like we're America, right? Like it's like, better us than them. Better we have that power than they have that power. It always comes down to that. Super fucking weird. Even China supports Palestine. Yes. Well, I mean, China also does have like deals. Remember, okay, China also does like business with Israel, okay, like in the defense sector. Just remember that. So there's also that. But where was I? Israel by the ICC would be illegitimate and lack legal basis, as well as expose the court's hypocrisy and double standards. They point out that Khan has not issued arrest warrants for the leaders of Iran, Syria, China, or Hamas. They fail to mention, however, that the three countries listed are not members of the ICC, nor are they accused of carrying out war crimes on the territory of an ICC member. As for Hamas officials, it has been reported that the chief prosecutor is, in fact, also weighing arrest warrants for leaders of Hamas, which there you fucking go. It's like it's so simple to say this, that no matter who does it, if somebody does a war crime, if somebody is guilty of breaking, you know, laws or like of crimes against humanity and breaking international laws, no matter who they are, they should be held accountable by these international bodies. That's what they're there for. That's why everybody got together and decided that these things were good. That's why all these treaties were written out. If Khan does issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu in the coming days, it won't be the first time he has gone after a controversial world leader over alleged war crimes or been sanctioned for doing so. In March 2023, the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin for his alleged responsibility, quote, for the war crime of unlawful deportation of population, children. The Russian government responded by putting Khan on a wanted list. Like, here's something that like liberals don't want to hear. It's like comparing the United States to Russia, which is bad, by the way, which like is Russia is bad. But like, just like the United States is, all of the ways in which the Russian government is like bad, the United States is also really bad. And in most cases, worse. Just kind of period. Russia is bad, but the United States is much worse. Just period. Period. Like this is some Russian shit, right? Yeah, the United States fucking does that same shit too. At the time, President Brandon called the arrest warrant for Putin justified and said it made a very good point. And 2 years earlier, in April 2021, Biden revoked U.S. sanctions that had been imposed by the Trump administration on the ICC prosecutor in the wake of an investigation into U.S. military action in Afghanistan. On Friday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that the administration opposes, quote, any threats or intimidation to public officials. Really? Including ICC officials. But we still stand behind like the nature, the intent of that letter, right? Like they still agree with the letter, but they don't agree with the tone. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't have said it like that, but we still kind of stand by it, though. I would have said it differently, but yeah. But the president does, quote, not support this investigative probe. The White House declined to comment to Sateo on the senator's letter, as did the ICC chief prosecutor's office in The Hague. Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, one of the letter's Republican signatories, told Sateo it was, quote, not a threat, a promise. God, they are such weirdo fucking LARPers. It's not a threat. That's a promise. That's right. That's right. The 11 other Republican senators who signed the letter did not respond to Sateo's request for comment by the time of publication. The full letter with the list of Republican signatories is published exclusively by Sateo below. Exclusive. There you go. There you have it. From Sateo, Mehdi Hassan's, the Better Hassan new media outlet. There you go. There you go. Also from Mehdi Hassan and his new media outlet, Sateo. What is that? What does that mean? Sateo? Is that Arabic? That's some kind of terrorist language, ain't it? What's up, little bear? As Israel prepares to invade and ravage Rafah, currently underway, by the way, partly in the name of freeing the hostages. We do need to talk about, I should have played this earlier, but this is still good. We do need to talk about the hostages. We do, the truth about the hostages. 3 things they don't tell you about the hostages. Let's go.
To invade Rafah, violate Joe Biden's red line, and kill who knows how many more thousands of innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. We need to talk about the elephant in the room. We need to talk about the hostages. Because the Israelis say this is all about the hostages. They say we don't talk about the hostages enough. So let's do that. Let's talk today about the hostages, because there are 3 very important things they don't tell you about the hostages. First, for everyone who believes that Benjamin Netanyahu and his government of far-right fascists and racists are fighting their war in Gaza in order to rescue the hostages, how do they explain the fact that Netanyahu had a chance to bring all of the civilian hostages home right at the very beginning? Those aren't my words. That's not my opinion. It's the view of Chaim Rubenstein, who until very recently was a spokesman for the families of the Israeli hostages, and who said last week, quote, "We learned that Hamas offered on October 9th or 10th to release all the captive civilians in its hands if the IDF did not enter the Gaza Strip, but the government rejected the offer."
Welp.
In fact, the Washington Post reported on a similar proposal at the end of October, saying Hamas was proposing to release all foreign civilian hostages in exchange for a 5-day ceasefire Israeli civilian hostages would be released if additional demands were met, he said, including the release of Palestinian women and children in Israeli prisons and the opening of the Rafah border crossing. Second, for everyone who pops up on my Twitter feed to still tell me, well, Hamas could end this war if they
to all my haters
just released all the hostages. Have they paid any attention to anything the Israeli government has actually said on this subject?
No. No, they haven't. They don't care because words don't matter. Because like nothing. The only thing that matters is that they have the ability to do the thing that they want to do. It's the strength. It doesn't matter. Words don't matter. They don't matter. When you're a fascist, all that matters is how strong you are.
Israeli officials have said time and again that the war won't end until Hamas is destroyed, regardless of whether the hostages are released. Bezalel Smotrich, Israel's finance minister, made clear this week he was opposed to any hostage release deal that stopped Israel from going into Rafah. Now, you might say, that's just Smotrich, he's not in charge. Well,
Bro, I love this because he goes through all of the things that I hear constantly on this fucking hellscape of a fucking website that is twitter.com. Holy fuck. He goes fucking one by one, dude. Let me run it back.
Going into Rafah. Now, you might say, that's just Smotrich, he's not in charge. Well, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also said this week that he would invade Rafah with or without a deal on the hostages.
With or without you.
And third, something that keeps being left out of the mainstream media.
But all of these negotiations have been in bad faith the fucking entire time, bro. The entire time. Anybody surprised? No. No. I mean, I hope some liberals are and they start coming around, you know what I mean, to understanding what's going on here with Netanyahu and the Likud party. But it has all been in bad faith, period. And it's Hamas. Hamas won't agree to the ceasefire, blah, 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 because they want to be able to guarantee a right of return for Palestinians to their fucking land, to their fucking home. And Israel doesn't want to give that to them. Something for you to enjoy later. Unsurprising but very sad, conservative trad wife influencer Lauren Southern discovered being in a traditional marriage felt like being enslaved. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, to her, did she say this? Did she say this herself? Like, she felt compelled to rationalize her husband's abuse and the anti-feminist life was incredibly lonely and made her want to die. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes. Hello? What is this reporting from? That's very sad. This is actually very sad. Like, that's actually fucking horribly sad. This was an I have no idea. This was an article that she wrote herself. It keeps referring to she though, like in the third person, or is that the third person? What would that be? Not. She reports becoming the closest thing to a modern day Western slave. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Like, why do you think that like women tend to skew like more left leaning? You know what I mean? Like, so many men. Oh, God. This is so, this makes me feel like gross inside. This makes me feel really gross inside. I feel bad for her. I really do. Yeah, it's this thing that I feel like when, for example, when I heard Blair White on, what was it? She was on Dave Rubin's fucking podcast with Candace Owens, and they were like debating or whatever, quote unquote debating. And the things that Candace Owens said to Blair White, like, were horrible. Like, they were fucking terrible. And as a trans person, you know, it like it fucking really like hit me really hard. And it made me like just feel so immensely terrible for her, for Blair White, because she will never be accepted. That, you know, like she will never be accepted by her peers. She will always be alone. And same goes for Lauren Southern. Like, you will always be alone. You are advocating against your interests. It's horrible. Don't have to be a trans person. Sure. I'm just saying, like, I'm just, you know, giving you my experience. Like, you know, when I hear the things that like Candace Owens, for example, was saying to her, it just like it cut me deep. And like and also hearing like Blair White, even, for example, talking about her like experience as like a trans person growing up, it just like it feels fucking it feels horrible. I feel terrible for them. Yeah, Lauren Southern will always be done. Well, here's the thing, Bleak. Some of us like to operate out of compassion first. Like my worldview is governed by compassion and empathy. Like everything, that's what forms my entire perspective. I'm jaded, yeah, and you can, you know, that's you, not me. Like, I feel terrible for these people, and we need to make a world in which this doesn't happen. You know what I mean? We can't allow this to happen. This is horrible. We'll take a look at that later, though. Okay. Where were we? Oh, where's listening to Mehdi?
Ignored by all those who claim to care about hostages is that the hostages at the core of this conflict, at the heart of this current round of killing and violence, aren't just Israelis, they're Palestinians too. Yes, Palestinians too, because while we're all aware of the fact that around 250 hostages were taken from Israel by Hamas and other armed groups on October the 7th, including, shamefully, children, and around 130 hostages remain in captivity in Gaza, we don't really mention the hundreds, thousands of Palestinians who've been rounded up, detained, held without trial, tortured, sexually abused, without any charges, let alone any convictions, in Israeli prisons. And I'm not even talking about just since October the 7th. I'm talking about before October the 7th. According to the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem, on the eve of the October 7th attacks, at the end of September 2023, Israel was holding over 1,300 Palestinians as hostages in what they conveniently call administrative detention. Around half of them for a year or more, and 23 of them, shamefully, children, held without trial, without charge. The reality is that under international law, hostage-taking is a war crime.
Yo, you don't fucking say.
Whether Palestinians or Israelis do it.
Yo.
Just as intentionally targeting and killing civilians is a war crime, whether Palestinians or Israelis do it.
Crazy.
So,
whoa.
To summarize then, the Netanyahu government chose not to do a deal to release the Israeli hostages, according to the spokesman for their family members. Even if Hamas were to release the hostages tomorrow morning, Israel has no plans to end its assault on Gaza. And, the biggest issue of all perhaps, the hostages aren't just on the Israeli side, they're on the Palestinian side too. Those are the facts. The objective, demonstrable, undeniable facts. And look, this is a human tragedy. Many innocent Israelis are wrongly being held hostage in Gaza, and many Israeli families are waiting for a father, a brother, a loved one to come home. And to them I say I stand in solidarity, in humanity, with you. I say free the hostages, Israeli and Palestinian. But, and there is a but, as the Israeli military prepares to wipe out Rafah and kill thousands more people. Remember this, when the bad faith apologists for Israel pop up on TV or online to justify that violence, and to robotically and cynically repeat, what about the hostages? Ignoring all of the three things that I just pointed out to you. Treat that dishonest refrain with the contempt it deserves.
That part. Let me run that back.
Robotically and cynically repeat, but, and there is a but, as the Israeli military prepares to wipe out Rafah and kill thousands more people. Remember this. When the bad faith apologists for Israel pop up on TV or online to justify that violence and to robotically and cynically repeat, what about the hostages? Ignoring all of the three things that I just pointed out to you. Treat that dishonest refrain with the contempt it deserves.
With the contempt it deserves. That's right. I fucking love Mehdi Hassan doing his own thing. Like, I'm loving, like, like, if we're gonna see more of this with, like, the Ken Klippensteins of the world, like, leaving Intercept and, like this, I am here for this. I'm fucking here for this. Good shit. A very good monologue from Mehdi. How are we doing on time? We got 30 minutes till the ad break. Perfect. All right, let's see. Better Hassan. Let's go. Let's go. Do. All right, let's look at this article here from The Guardian. 9 to 11 minutes. Oh, coincidence? 9/11? You gotta worry about the higher ups. That's right. What's up, Fleeny? All right. From theguardian.com. Israeli airstrikes on Rafah begin despite mounting ceasefire pressure. Rafah's fate hung in the balance on Monday after Hamas said it had accepted a ceasefire for hostage deal, but Israel responded skeptically and said it would press on with its campaign on Gaza's southernmost city, carrying out night airstrikes. See, like, I need more outlets and more journalists and news outlets, whatever, period, to be reporting on this in the realistically. They're not just continuing on, right? They're being skeptical. They never wanted a deal in the first place. Because every time you've been told that it's Hamas that's turning down all of the fucking ceasefire deals without giving you any other more, like, you know, specific context around what those deals entailed and whatever, like what deals we were talking about at what time, whatever deal was on the table at the time. They never, ever wanted a deal, because here is Hamas agreeing to the deal that was on the table. And now Israel is still going ahead with its invasion and saying that the deal that was accepted by Hamas was not the one that they proposed, which is absolute fucking nonsense. Absolute fucking nonsense. The more than 1 million Palestinians taking refuge in Rafah, like really like 1.4, 1.5 million, were thrown into confusion by the day's events. Israel issued orders for the evacuation of part of the city earlier on Monday, triggering an exodus of thousands of people. There were celebrations in the streets in the evening after Hamas announced it had accepted a ceasefire, but then disappointment and bewilderment when Israel gave a tepid response and began bombing. They just want to kill, and Bibi wants to keep it going as long as possible, because once it's over, it comes his reckoning. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but it's also accurate because they've been bombing Rafah since people... Yeah, true. That's true. That's true. It's not like the bombing of Rafah just began. That's true. So they can continue to blame Hamas, right? Because, like, what have I been saying constantly since fucking October? These hostages are worth more to Israel, the state of Israel, as a concept, as an idea that they can scapegoat and use to justify their further operations in Gaza and the West Bank. They're worth more as an idea to justify those things than they are as, alive, healthy, and happy human beings at home with their friends and family, with their loved ones. Israel does not give a shit about those hostages. They've never did. Period. The Israeli military said late on Monday it was conducting targeted strikes against Hamas in Rafah. There were reports of Israeli tanks being seen on the eastern outskirts of Rafah, and the Axios news site cited unnamed sources saying Israeli forces plan to take over the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing, the sole gateway between Egypt and Gaza for humanitarian supplies and people. I hope at least those hostages become radicalized against their government. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. There were we do know that their family members, at the very least, we do know for a fact, however, that their family members have been radicalized. Right? Like, there are people right now, like, rioting and protesting outside of Bibi Netanyahu's residence, raising hell. That's why I like to highlight that. You know, not all of them are anti-Zionists, you know what I mean? But they are, you know, they still care about their friends and their family, you know what I mean, right? So, like, they realize, that being the case, that, like, if you have a genuine care and a genuine want for your family to be well and to come home, you must be forced to face the reality of the situation. And that reality being that Bibi and the Likud party, the government of Israel, is a far right radical fascist fucking party. And they are using your loved ones, your family members, your friends, your family your whatever, as a reason to, as the justification to continue an ongoing genocide. And they're willing to kill your friends and family in order to continue their genocide. You have to be faced with that reality. Whether you think it's a genocide or not, you realize that your loved ones are being used. And they are not home safe, and that they are, in fact, made less safe the more that Israel continues to bomb the fuck out of Gaza, where they're being held. But radicalized to the right? I mean, I don't know. That's why propaganda is important, right? Like, I think that there are some liberal Israelis that are being radicalized to the left. Actually, not everybody, you know what I mean. But there is a non-zero. I would be willing to say probably a considerable amount of liberal Israelis that are being radicalized to the left. There are many Israelis who are now not in support of the brutality against the Palestinians, which is a first time ever in history. Well, I mean, as far as the amount of them, absolutely, you're correct. There has been anti-Zionist Israelis, scholars and things like this for long time, right? It's not like all so new. But there are now more people across the world, across ideological backgrounds, racial backgrounds, religious backgrounds, more people now across the world that are pro-Palestine than ever before. That is absolutely true. Einstein was anti-Zionist. All right, where were we? There was no independent confirmation of those reports, but the Associated Press quoted a Palestinian security official and an Egyptian official as saying Israeli tanks had advanced as close as 200 meters from the crossing. The Rafah Gate is a vital aid lifeline and particularly sensitive for Egypt, which is anxious to avoid a mass migration of Palestinians into its Sinai desert. A U.S. official on Monday voiced concern about the strikes on Rafah, but said they did not believe they represented a major military operation, which is like they've been slowly easing out this invasion instead of making it like a all at once, type of thing, so that like the media refers to it in this way, and the U.S. State Department is able to say like, oh, there's no evidence of like a full-on invasion that we even said in previous times that would be devastating to the civilian population. Doesn't seem that there's any evidence of an operation to that size that would warrant the worries that we have had before. So like, yeah. The U.S. was focused on heading off just such an operation in densely populated areas of Rafah, they said. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the terms that Hamas had agreed to fell far from meeting the government's demands, but he would dispatch a delegation for further negotiations. Like, do you see what's happening here? Yeah, but I'll send somebody over there. We're going to continue to step all over and spit on the United States and Brandon's red lines. You know what I mean? We're going to continue our invasion of Rafah, the last like safe, quote unquote, safe place in Gaza for 1.4 million Palestinians. You know what I mean? Said the terms that Hamas had agreed to fell far from meeting its government's demands. Like, that's such bullshit. The agreement on the table has to be agreed upon by both parties, like, before it is like put forward. The Hamas agreed to the agreement, like, to the demands on the table, or to the the agreement on the table. Fucking insane. But would dispatch a delegation for further negotiations in Cairo through Egyptian and Qatari mediators. The Qatari government also announced it would be sending a team to Cairo, where the CIA director, William Burns, will also take part. The war cabinet said it would pursue the operation in Rafah to exert military pressure on Hamas in order to advance the release of the hostages and other goals of the war. Netanyahu says he will not accept deals. He will not accept any deal that keeps Hamas in power in Gaza. Oh, this is not part of the. This is a link. One Israeli official said it was unclear exactly which proposal Hamas was accepting. What do you mean? The latest one. It's so. Oh my God, this is so obvious. Like, it's so obvious what they're doing. It's so clear. This is a classic tactic. You just like delay things. Just obscure, just like, muddy the waters and delay. That's what you do. You just delay. And then you can just get away with the thing that you're doing in the meantime. It's fucking insane. Oh my God. One Israeli official said it was unclear exactly which proposal Hamas was accepting. That's such a stupid thing to say, as some of the terms appeared to differ substantially from those shown by mediators to Israel and agreed by the Israeli government last week. We don't recognize some, the official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said. Despite the late hour, hundreds of Israelis converged on the main military headquarters in Tel Aviv, calling for a deal now. Look, there we go. That's what we were just talking about. Smaller gatherings were reported in Jerusalem and other cities across Israel. Hamas's announcement must pave the way for the return of the 132 hostages held captive by Hamas for the past 7 months. Now is the time for all that are involved to fulfill their commitment and turn this opportunity into a deal for the return of all the hostages. A statement from the Hostages and Missing Families Forum said, are you going to call the Hostages and Missing Families Forum? Are you going to call them anti-Semitic? Are you going to call them pro-Hamas? Because they said Hamas's announcement must pave the way for the return of 132 hostages, and Israel must agree to these terms. Like, is this pro-Hamas? Are Israelis Hamas? Wait, chat. Are the family members of hostages held in Gaza by Hamas also Hamas? I need to know now. Holy fuck, man. Holy shit. We continue to believe that a hostage deal is in the best interests of the Israeli people. That's just, yes. A very reasonable perspective to have. Very fucking reasonable. It's in the best interests of the Palestinian people. Yes, it's in everybody's best interests. A ceasefire is in everybody's best interest. Yes. Holy fuck. Welcome in, Lucas. We continue to believe that a hostage deal is in the best interest of the Israeli people. It's in the best interest of the Palestinian people, the U.S. State Department spoke. Oh, this is from Matthew Miller. Okay, well, like, listen, I didn't even realize that this was from fucking Matt Miller, who I was reading this from. I thought this was a statement from the Missing Families Forum, but this is from Matt Miller. So Matt Miller, have there been any reporters on the Hill, like, pressing Matt Miller or anybody from the State Department to like, I saw a video of Kamala Harris leaving a building, leaving some place and going to her limousine or whatever the fuck, and getting yelled at by like 2 or 3 reporters. Like, what is your reaction to Hamas accepting the ceasefire deal? No answer, of course, just went straight to the car. But I need to see more US government officials get pressed on this. I'm sure there will be more videos in the coming day, hopefully. Oh, did you see the State Department said Palestinians had a right to defend themselves? No. If you could show me that, I'd be interested in that. CIA knows they're going to do a program. State gaslighting. We don't understand what you want. This is so confusing. We have no idea what they're saying. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Note intelligence indicates a distinct possibility of Hamas presence among the hostages' families. Yeah. Yeah, full on fucking ghoul Matt Miller. Oh, dude, this guy, like, I hate everybody in the State Department, but like at like different levels. Like, I should do a tier list. I should do a State Department spokesperson tier list. This fucking guy pisses me the fuck off to no end. His face and his smugness and the sound of his voice and the stupid shit that comes out of it is, oh my.
Go ahead.
Oh, this fascist audio all the way in the left ear. Hold on.
Times about the right to
Sorry, Chad, I can't fix it. You got to deal with it.
defend oneself for Palestinians. And out of this room, we've heard that the U.S. does not exhibit any double.
Go ahead.
I've asked several times about the right to defend oneself for Palestinians. And out of this room, we've heard that the U.S. does not exhibit any double standards. And today in the West Bank, the Israeli occupation forces chased, beat, and threw off a roof a 32-year-old man, Palestinian man, Hassan Mansia, near in the Hebron district. Also, the Israeli forces attacked at least 2 schools with tear gas, inside and outside schools in the Hebron and Jenin districts, where students were and teachers, and some of them experienced some suffocation. Since October 7th, we've had like 95 minors that have been killed in the West Bank. I asked before, do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? I'm not talking about rogue individuals. I'm talking about as far as a legal authority to defend Palestinians. Does the State Department
oh my God.
that Palestinians have a right and duty to defend themselves?
So, look, I have not seen those reports that you outlined. I'm happy.
You haven't seen reports of people dying in the West Bank? You are such a liar. You are such a fucking liar. You are such a fucking liar. The State Department hasn't seen reports of violence in the West Bank? You're such a fucking piece of shit fucking liar. Holy crap.
To look into them, and I have no doubt our partners in the IDF may be able to share more. What I can say is that actions like these, if true, they are destabilizing. They contribute to a deteriorating security situation, and they are not in the interest of Israel's own security. And when we have seen actions like this, when we
at ICJ, please note this for the record.
See actions from, we believe quite strongly that these kinds of activities take us away from a 2-state solution, and they feed
bro literally said big if true. Bro, I'm gonna lose my mind. I say again, this man is the F tier. He's the fucking worst. I hate this guy. Holy shit.
Instability.
But does the Palestinian Authority have the right to defend its citizens?
Absolutely it does.
Welp.
It does.
Well, the Palestinian Authority is fucking whack, okay? The Palestinian Authority isn't defending its citizens, unfortunately. Here's the thing about that. The fucking Palestinian Authority largely is fucking absent. Is largely absent when radical right-wing fucking settlers in the illegally occupied West Bank do fucking run raids into Palestinian towns and bulldoze people's houses and steal people's land and fucking chop down olive trees and burn crops and shit like that. And they are defended. When they do that, they're defended by the IDF. Itamar Ben-Gvir and his fucking goons run security for these radical right-wing settlers in the West Bank. And the fucking PA doesn't do anything. The PA doesn't do fucking shit. So like he's saying, this reporter is saying specifically the PA, but like, you know, the Jenin brigades and all of these different entities, like they have the right to defend themselves. Like I said, the right to defend yourself should still be fucking held accountable to like international law. You still shouldn't be killing civilians. And if anybody can prove that anybody killed civilians, they should be fucking held accountable no matter who the fuck they are. But no matter what, you have the right to defend yourself, period. In the same way that you're awarding that to Israel, you have to award that to the Palestinian people, no matter what the entity is in question that we're talking about, whatever like policing entity or like civic or military or otherwise. Oh my God. What's up, dumb plank? Welcome in.
Go ahead.
Follow up on the campus protest.
Question.
God, I fucking hate this guy. All right, fuck that guy. Well, there you go. But then, yes, this is what I was talking about. Thanks whoever shared it in the chat. RNC research reporter, Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Your reaction? Kamala, shrimp and grits. You wanted to know? Shrimp what?
Madam Vice President, Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire. Madam Vice President, Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Your reaction?
What are your thoughts on Hamas accepting a ceasefire deal?
Like, okay, like this was the first American government official that I saw get questioned about that. I don't think that there were anybody else. I mean, unless anybody else has anything that I missed, maybe somebody else got questioned by the press about that. But I haven't seen anybody else get that question, and she dodged it. Talking about fucking what she ordered at some restaurant before she got into her fucking Suburban. I'm fucking dead. It's so funny. And the way she like knew she was gonna have to go out there, she knew because she was notified. Right? Like she probably knew that there's gonna be some shit that the press is gonna fucking yell at her. And she's like, I'm gonna go out there and just yell what I ordered. You know what I mean? Before I get into the fucking Suburban. Shrimp and grits, everybody. Like what? So I don't know. We'll see. You know, it's still early, right? But people on the East Coast and on the Hill in Washington D.C. are up and about. So we'll see if anybody gets pressed, you know, by the press on this. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there will be some kind of there's going to be some kind of press conference, right? We'll see. We'll see. All right. Where were we? Did I finish this? No. Okay, so we were talking about Matthew Miller. Okay, and then I got mad about State Department people, whatever. It would bring an immediate ceasefire. It would allow increased movement of humanitarian assistance, and so we're going to continue to work to try to reach one. The main difference dividing the two sides at the talks in Cairo was over the permanence of a ceasefire. Israel wants to reserve the right to resume military action, particularly against the remnants of Hamas military wing in Rafah, after the ceasefire has run its course. It's so crazy that like nobody mentions that Hamas offered to lay down their weapons. Like in exchange, would lay down their weapons and completely demilitarize in exchange for a return to the 1967 borders. Right? Like, yeah. You want them to demilitarize, right? You want to undo Hamas. You want to wipe out Hamas. Like, they will do that for you. They will lay down their weapons if you would have just returned to the 1967 borders, but they don't want to fucking do that, right? Okay. Talks in Cairo had appeared to stall on the weekend over Hamas's insistence that Israel should commit to making the ceasefire permanent at the outset of the agreement rather than to negotiate its duration after the truce had taken hold. An account in Haaretz suggested that the Hamas version does not include an immediate demand for a permanent ceasefire, but also changes other elements of the Egyptian deal proposal, such as the requirement that it frees 33 hostages in the first phase. It also reportedly takes away Israel's right of veto on which Palestinian detainees are released in exchange. Hamas officials were quoted as saying the plan, your own citizens, the family members of these hostages just want a ceasefire, period. They're calling on their government, the Israeli government, they're calling on Bibi Netanyahu outside of his residence in Tel Aviv to accept the fucking Hamas ceasefire deal. Are the family members of the hostages Hamas? Are they doing pro-Hamas propaganda? Hamas officials were quoted as saying the plan they had accepted involved a ceasefire, reconstruction of Gaza, return of displaced people, which is the main thing that was getting in the way of an agreement prior to this one. Throughout multiple previous discussions around this was a main no-go for Hamas. Because Hamas wants the return of displaced people to their homes and a prisoner swap deal. But mainly I'm talking about this, the return of displaced people to their homes. The right to return. And that the deal would involve 3 phases, each of 42 days. That description left it unclear whether there were substantial differences to the proposal put on the table by Egyptian mediators last week. With a ceasefire far from certain, witnesses described frightened families leaving Rafah on foot, riding donkeys, pushing trolleys, or packing their belongings into overloaded trucks hours after reading leaflets dropped by the Israeli military that told residents and displaced people in eastern neighborhoods to flee, which is bullshit, which is a bunch of fucking trash because let me show you why. Let me tell you why. Hold up. Hodl. Pausers. Flee to where? Oh yeah, good question. What's up, still? 1 sec. Pausers. Hodl. I'm looking for something. I'm scrolling. Where's the thing I want? Where the fuck did it go? God damn it. So much news constantly fucking happening. I'm bookmarking so much fucking shit throughout the day. It's just like fucking hell. It's hard to keep up. My brain is fucking fried, let me tell you. Oh, here it is. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Okay. The IDF says it is telling civilians to evacuate parts of Rafah ahead of a planned offensive. But our recent investigation into similar past warnings showed safe zones were repeatedly targeted anyway. Now, these are things that we, this might be TOS stuff up here. Let me just pause this. This is stuff that we knew for a long time, way before April 26th. But this is NBC. You know, even NBC knew on April 26th, at least. An NBC News investigation into 7 deadly airstrikes has found Palestinians were killed in areas of southern Gaza that the Israeli military had explicitly designated as safe zones. Places where leaflets were dropped, people were still killed. Or the places that the leaflets that were dropped that they told Palestinians to evacuate to, those places were bombed and people died. So these things, it's supposed to be a cover for them PR wise, but we know the reality. Even NBC knows this. Where did it go? Where did we leave off? Hours after leaflets dropped by the Israeli military that told residents and displaced people in eastern neighborhoods to flee. An Israeli military offensive will lead to an additional layer of an already unbearable tragedy for the people in Gaza, said Felipe Lazzarini, the head of UNRWA, the UN relief agency in the region. It will make it even more difficult to reverse the expansion of the already man-made famine. Yes, man-made. That's right. That Palestinians have been experiencing for a while now. Joe Brandon, the U.S. president, spoke to Netanyahu on Monday afternoon and reiterated his clear position on Rafah. Oh, really? What was that clear position? Could you reiterate to me what your clear position is and what the point of having a clear position even is if you're not going to like back it up or like, you know, give out any sort of like consequences for like violating your clear position? It's also really dystopian seeing images of the Met Gala, which I didn't watch, alongside injury and death coming out of Gaza. Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, there's a time and place for enjoying pop culture things like that. It's not for me. It's not for me. But no hate to, you know, people who like to keep up with cool outfits and whatever. It's just not my thing. No vat pasteurized. No vat pasteurized? Small bath, only one dairy. Wait, what are we talking about? Huh? All right, let's keep it moving. U.S. officials have repeatedly said Israel has to present an adequate humanitarian plan for the more than 1 million Palestinians who have sought shelter in Rafah, and that the U.S. would change its policy on the region if Israel went ahead with an offensive in the absence of such a plan. So no plan, the offensive is going ahead, and we still have no clue what the change in U.S. policy towards the region would be. Like, what would that look like? What would a change in U.S. policy in the region look like? Nothing on that. Nothing on that. You know, the offensive is going forward. So like, what's going on? Where y'all at? Hello? Officials made clear on Monday that no such plan was possible to the current circumstances. So the U.S. opposition to a Rafah attack was not likely to soften. Like, listen, it's election season. You're doing a lot of other things to make sure that people like you in the last minute, in the last, you know, couple rounds before the election. Like, why are you doing everything in your power, Joseph Brandon, to make yourself look like a fucking weak fucking fool? A cuck to your own proxy state. You are not, it's not Biden, it's you, huh? Me? Who's defending Hamas? What the fuck are you talking about? Would you let the Saudis support the Palestinians? Did you know that the Saudis are a key ally to the United States? What? What is your point? What is your point? The Saudis are bad. What? By the way, I want the Palestinians to have a state. Oh, God. If you have to fucking... Oh, God. Oh, God. Political reality is also obvious. It's not insane for Hamas to surrender for the sake of a ceasefire. They literally... Did you not hear me say... I mean, have you not been paying attention to anything that's been going on since October? Hamas, oh my God, offered to lay down their weapons in exchange for a return to the 1967 borders. Who's simping for terrorists here? It's like, it's you. The fuck? I don't think you are. What? I do? I'm very confused. You're very confusing. I'm very confused. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. In the event that I'm misunderstanding you, I suppose I apologize for my part in that, okay? But I have no idea what you're saying. Okay, let's continue on. Oh my goodness gracious. Officials made clear on Monday that no such plan was possible in the current circumstances, so the U.S. opposition to a Rafah attack was not likely to soften. It will be up to Brandon to decide whether a U.S. policy change would involve restrictions on arms supplies. U.S. officials refused to comment on a report on the Axios news site that a delivery of U.S.-made ammunition due to ship last week had been put on temporary hold. The evacuation order led to a furious reaction from Saudi Arabia, describing Israel's war in Gaza as a genocide. I mean, listen, broken clocks or whatever. Their comments elsewhere. I don't know what this even means, though, like what this is in reference to, you know? Aren't you a mod on another channel? No. Or actually, yes. Wait, no, I just lied to you. I'm a mod in Celticness's channel. Those comments are on Christmas Day in 2022. I don't know what the context is. I don't really care. They're fine until they start being cringe. You know what I mean? And then we'll send them into the oblivion. Anyway. Okay, broken clocks and such. Evacuation order led to a furious reaction from Saudi Arabia, describing Israel's war in Gaza as a genocide. Riyadh had been working towards a deal before the war to normalize relations with Israel and has yet to renounce normalization as a goal. The Saudi Foreign Ministry statement warned of the dangers of the Israeli occupation forces targeting the city of Rafah as a part of its systematic bloody campaign to storm all areas of the Gaza Strip and displace its residents towards the unknown. The Israel Defense Forces said it had broadcast instructions through announcements, text messages, phone calls, and media broadcasts in Arabic. Like, you've destroyed, dude, how many people have these things? Like, have access to internet and text messages, cell service, like media broadcasts, like, you know what I mean? And even if you are doing that, like I just showed you from that NBC investigation from last April, or last month, I mean, yeah, still the same thing, saying that places that received these warnings, announcements, text messages, phone calls, media broadcasts in Arabic, even leaflets being dropped on them, the places that they were told to evacuate to were still bombed, and people were still killed in the so-called safe places that they were told to evacuate to in these messages. So it's like, fuck off. Telling an estimated 100,000 residents of an eastern section of Rafah to head to an expanded humanitarian zone on the east coast, on the coast, not the east coast, on the coast, and around the badly damaged city of Khan Yunis. This is an evacuation plan to get people out of harm's way, an Israeli military spokesperson said, which we know is a lie from that NBC investigation. This is limited in scope and not a wide-scale evacuation of Rafah, which is like, is still an invasion. Like, you are still closing in on Rafah, the last refuge of 1.4 million Palestinians in the besieged Gaza Strip. Like, that doesn't change that fucking fact. The speed at which you're moving doesn't fucking change the nature of your operation. Holy shit. The Biden administration agrees with the UN and aid agencies that there is no safe area. Okay, the Biden administration agrees with the UN and aid agencies that there is no safe area for the people in Rafah to escape to. Then what's going on? What are we doing? We're just allowing this to happen? We're allowing them to spit on and kick the fucking, step all over the red lines that we've drawn? What are you going to do about this? How badly do you want to get reelected? Don't you want to look strong to your constituents? 80% in some polls of Democratic voters, big D Democratic voters, support a ceasefire. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Can we admit that Israel tells refugees to go to a safe space purposely? I mean, the proof is in, like, listen, like, there's no debating it. Like, we saw it. Yeah, like, I literally just showed the NBC investigation, right? That said that, like, places that Palestinians were told to evacuate to in leaflets and these warnings were bombed. And knowing the technology that the Israeli military has, we know the intent, like, we know about the AI targeting systems. We know all of those things. Like, it's impossible for it to not be like purposely, quote unquote purposely, like on purpose. There's obvious intention there. Like, we know a lot. They think you're stupid. Yeah, deliberate. There you go. They think you're stupid, basically. The Biden administration agrees with the UN and aid agencies that there is no safe area for the people in Rafah to escape to, given the wholesale destruction of Gaza after 7 months of Israeli bombardment with American weapons. While the Israelis say the section of Rafah under evacuation orders is limited, with an estimated population of 100,000, U.S. officials think any military operation in that district would have a knock-on effect, terrifying many others across Rafah and leading them to flee. Rafah has been sheltering more than 1 million people displaced from elsewhere in Gaza during the war and is a key logistics base for humanitarian operations across the territory. Dense tent encampments surround the city and have also already crowded Al-Mawasi, the coastal zone about 3 miles northeast, to which Israel has told people to evacuate. Khan Yunis is considered, quote, completely uninhabitable by aid workers. Humanitarian officials and displaced people already living in Al-Mawasi describe acute overcrowding, inadequate food, limited fresh water, and an almost total absence of sanitation. Israeli forces have bombarded targets in Al-Mawasi at least twice in recent months. So there you go. Like, this is, if Al-Mawasi is the coastal zone that they're telling them to evacuate to, and they're bombing it. They've bombed it twice in recent months. Like, what else does that say? What else does that say? Aid officials have long warned of massive disruption to the effort to stave off famine in Gaza in the event of a major Israeli offensive in the south. Any attack on Rafah would lead to, quote, the collapse of the aid response, the Norwegian Refugee Council said on Monday. Netanyahu has been under domestic pressure to make concessions to obtain the release of the hostages in Gaza, but appears so far to have prioritized the demands of far-right parties, I mean his own, being the Likud party, which have threatened to withdraw crucial support for his coalition if a ceasefire deal is signed now. I mean, it's obvious what's happening here. Like, this, the brakes are out on this locomotive. You know what I mean? It's just all fucking, like, just going ahead. Full steam ahead. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir wrote on X, Hamas exercises and games have only one answer, an immediate order to occupy Rafah, increasing military pressure and continuing the complete defeat of Hamas until its complete defeat. Yeah. All right. We did it. We got through this here from The Guardian. There it is for you in the chat. How are we doing on time? Oh my God. It's already 4:30. What the fuck? Okay. Next up, we're going to look at this Democracy Now! Piece about Al Jazeera from yesterday. Or actually, no, we already talked about this. Next, we're going to look at this. We're going to finish up on this Good Politic Guy piece on the cartoonish levels of corruption in the Democratic Party. Democrat charged in wild foreign bribery scheme. Let's fucking go. And if we have time, unfortunately, I don't know if we will have time because it's already fucking 4:30. Holy shit. How did that happen? I want to be able to watch this finally. I want to be able to fucking watch this finally. This red line is a lie, by the way. Okay. for the fucking naysayers in the chat that don't believe me, okay? That are calling me a fucking liar. I did not fucking pre-watch this, but I want to watch it. So we're going to watch it. Then we have fun stuff. We got to do fun shit because it's been a fucking long ass time since we've done fun shit. But first, chat, we must run an ad break because the ads are about to run whether we like it or not, because it's been a little bit more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel, and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, make yourself seen, and maybe somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. If you are one of our friends in the chat that has the means to and is feeling generous, and you enjoy the content, you enjoy the stream, and want to see it continue on full time, please do consider supporting, whether that be gifting a sub, throwing some bits, throwing a dono my way. Either way, all of those things go towards helping us continue the stream full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. Thanks for putting up with them, because it does help out the stream. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any cash to throw my way. But we're back. Oh, does Tofu like jungle? Exclamation point listening for a link to the playlist that I play on the stream. On the stream. What else did I miss in chat? What's up, Hunter3354? Tofu, love, what are your pronouns? Sorry, I'm new here. Don't want to use the wrong ones. All good. Exclamation point pronouns, if you ever forget. I prefer she. But I use any pronouns. I don't really mind, really, whatever you know, whatever you use. But you know, she is like the tier list. In the tier list, she is the top one. I've seen 2 ads just for Tofu. Yo, shouts out to you. Let's go. W. All right. Oh my God, I can't believe it's already almost 5. All right, let's knock out this good politic guy. Talking about this fucking guy. Let's go. Pronoun tier list win. Honestly, honestly, that's content. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Noted.
Have yet another absolutely wild story here for y'all.
Like we gotta throw in, like we gotta like, but we gotta get a bunch of fun ones though too. Like we gotta get like, you know, we gotta get some neo pronouns in there too, right? I'm gonna get so much hate. I'll get so much hate. Shit, I'd watch the hell out of that stream. Let's go.
Another Democratic politician being caught engaging in just cartoonish levels of corruption and bribery. So here we have U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar, who was just charged with bribery and acting as a foreign agent. So we're going to read most of this press release that was just dropped by the Department of Justice in a second. But as we're reading through this, I want you guys to think back to that story that I covered on Bob Menendez, who was caught with like gold bars and cash stuffed into jacket pockets. Bobby Gold Bars. Raided, in regards.
Oh, they call him Bobby Gold Bars Menendez.
To his corrupt dealings with.
He's the head honcho around the halal meat industry. Word on the street is if you hook him up with a shitty fucking Mercedes that looks like a white soccer mom should be driving it, he'll do crazy shit for you. Oh, Bobby Gold Bars.
Egypt. And I want you guys to tell me, does this level of corruption here from Henry Cuellar approach the levels of Gold Bar Bob Menendez? Okay, so let's get some of the details. They say here, Congressman allegedly accepted approximately $600,000 from Azerbaijan's state-owned oil company and a Mexican bank in exchange for official acts as a member of Congress. So here we go. They say, an indictment was unsealed today in the Southern District of Texas charging U.S. Congressman Enrique Roberto Henry Cuellar, who's age 68, and his wife Imelda Cuellar, age 67, both of Laredo, Texas, with participating in 2 schemes involving bribery, unlawful foreign influence, and money laundering. Congressman Cuellar and his wife made their initial court appearance today before this magistrate judge. According to court documents, beginning in at least December of 2014, we're going back 10 years, and continuing through at least November 2020.
Dude, I don't appreciate you mentioning that 2014 was 10 years ago.
2021, Congressman Cuellar and his wife allegedly accepted
Be right back. I'm going to throw up.
approximately $600,000 in bribes from 2 foreign entities. So we have an oil and gas company that is wholly owned and controlled by the government of Azerbaijan, and a bank that was headquartered in Mexico City. The bribe payments were allegedly laundered pursuant to sham consulting contracts through a series of front companies and middlemen into shell companies owned by Imelda Cuellar, his wife, who performed little to no legitimate work under the contracts. In exchange for bribes paid by the Azerbaijani oil and gas company, Congressman Cuellar allegedly agreed to use his office to influence U.S. foreign policy in favor of Azerbaijan.
Amazing.
In exchange for the bribes paid by the Mexican bank, Congressman Cuellar then also allegedly agreed to influence legislative activity and to advise and pressure high-ranking U.S. executive branch officials regarding measures beneficial to the bank. So he's helping out two different entities here, this bank in Mexico and also this wholly owned state oil company in Azerbaijan, okay, and therefore the Azerbaijan government as well. Okay, and he's doing this by using a whole complex web of different shell companies to try to hide his corruption and using his position as a member of Congress to influence legislation on those entities' behalf. Now, I do want to make the point that I talk a lot on this channel about the totally legalized corruption and bribery of the U.S. political system.
Yep.
Right? We allow giant super PACs, corporations, billionaires to essentially funnel infinite money into our elections to influence our political system to the point now where it's so rotten and it's so corrupt that it doesn't even remotely come close to actually serving the interests of average working class Americans. Okay? There's about a 1-to-1 correlation between what corporate America wants and what gets passed through legislation, and there's almost no correlation with what working class people want and what gets passed in correlation. We know this according to the data, right? And so that's sort of the baseline criminality, or something that should be criminal, and corruption in our political system. I think that we should address that kind of political corruption in the same way that we would address this kind of more overt pay-to-play or quid pro quo, I'll give you this, you give me that kind of corruption. Because at the end of the day, the result is the same, right? Are you actually serving your constituents, or are you serving some other entity because they've given you a financial incentive to serve that entity? And again, the methods by which you do that, whether it's in $600,000 in shell payments through different various companies versus getting a super PAC to finance your campaign, it really just doesn't make a difference. It's just two different avenues, one of which we have completely legalized in this country. But anyways, we continue with some of this because the actual punishments they could face here are pretty interesting. Now, before we get to the potential sentences that they could be up against here, I want to show you guys the hilarity of the particulars in this situation, because we have a couple different quotes from this document here. So this is from the Associated Press. The indictment alleges an Azerbaijani diplomat referred to Henry Cuellar in a text message as El Jefe, or boss, and that also...
It's so comical. Like, dude, it's always like, it's gold bars, it's trips to Vegas, it's fucking cruises. It's like, it's so fucking, it's straight out of the movies, dude. It's like they don't know how to enjoy themselves otherwise. So like, I don't know, like, what are we supposed to do? Like, I'm a corrupt politician now. Like, what are we supposed to do? I don't know. The movies always show us like smoking cigars and like gambling. I don't know. Maybe we should go do that. Like, it's so silly. Like, I need some gold bars. I feel like that would be more evil and sinister. Like, having all my money on, on my credit card is like kind of lame. What the fuck?
This is just mafia shit here, guys. And also that a member of Cuellar's staff sent multiple emails to officials at the Department of State pressuring them to renew a U.S. passport for an Azerbaijani diplomat's daughter. So you're also roping in your staff into your corruption here. And then they say Cuellar was at one time the co-chair of the Congressional Azerbaijan Caucus. Huh. That's interesting. Right? Maybe something to look into there. We also had this. I mean, it gets even better. From March 5th to 8th of 2015.
Azerbaijan is so random. I mean, not really. Azerbaijan is like how Israel gets a lot of its oil. And that's what we're talking about right now. It's not really that random. But yeah.
Cuellar and a Mexican official, one unnamed in the indictment, exchanged messages about finding another middleman to further disguise the bribe payments. The indictment states, quote, in one message, this Mexican official told Henry that, quote, we need to find another scheme for the foreign bank 1 because entering the contract directly with shell company 1 was not recommended. Guys, they're literally talking about in text messages, we need to find another
you're good,
illegal
Alps.
bribery scheme.
Bro, line's gotta go up, bro. I'm bored. I need another scheme, brother. I need it. I fiend for it. Please. Please.
To cover up our tracks. I mean, I don't know how they think they're gonna get away with this.
They literally think that they're the main characters in a fucking heist film. Like, motherfuckers really be believing that, like, they are the main characters of this story, you know? It's so, oh my God.
At the same time, it's like, again, we have legalized corruption and bribery in this country. Do you really have to go out of your way to do the actual illegal corruption? Like, it takes a lot for you to be indicted for corruption as a politician in the United States of America. We are one of the most openly corrupt countries on the face of the planet. I mean, you basically literally have to say, as it looks like they were doing in these back and forth emails and texts, you basically literally have to say, you give me this, you give me money or a gift in some way, a car, whatever the case may be. You give me this,
Mr. Pink,
and
Mr.
then
White,
I will
Mr. Brown,
go and I will give you this, okay, in the form of legislation or whatever the case may be. It has to be that overt in order to actually be prosecuted or charged or indicted with this kind of corruption.
But that's why there's so many loopholes built into the fucking system. That's why, like, Citizens United exists and all of these other things. Like, there are ways that you can, you get away with it.
So Henry is going above and beyond here. He's going out of his way to try to become a corrupt criminal. Now, the second half of this story is that guess who was one of Henry Cuellar's biggest proponents? It was Nancy Pelosi. So here's an article back from May of 2022. So keep that date in mind here, May of 2022. The title here is, in case you're wondering, Nancy Pelosi is still supporting the only anti-abortion House Democrat. So at the time, Henry Cuellar was running a very tight election against this more progressive candidate that was in the Democratic primary. And we'll get to the final results of that here in a second. But it was an extremely close election. Nancy Pelosi comes out and she basically says, yes, I'm standing with him, even though he's anti-choice.
Yeah, it's easier to do it the legal way. Yeah, it's just like all the incentive is
he's against abortion rights. I'm still going to stand with him against the pro-choice progressive opponent that he was going up against. And if you keep in mind the timing of all of this, this was literally right before the Supreme Court ended up overturning Roe v. Wade. And this was already in the ether. It was in the, the conversations at the time that this was something that was going to happen. And so even knowing that Roe v. Wade was being overturned, she still decided to support this anti-choice Democrat, right? And I mean, some of the quotes here, guys. I'm supporting Henry Cuellar. He's a valued member of our caucus. The FBI has said he's not under investigation. Before quipping, I thought you were going to ask about choice or something, right? He's not pro-choice, but we didn't need him. We passed this other bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, when it passed the House and then it failed in the Senate. This is such a weird statement to me. The FBI has said he's not under investigation. So keep in mind, this came out, this article, May 12th, 2022. So this article came out January of 2022. So this was months before Nancy Pelosi was just saying, yeah, the FBI has given him the all clear, essentially. So this is from January. FBI raid on House Democrats' home related to Azerbaijan probe. So this was after the FBI raided his home, okay, for potential corruption involving Azerbaijan, which is exactly the thing he was just indicted for 2 years later. So months after the feds raided this guy's home, Nancy Pelosi was still coming out and basically trying to give the implication, yeah, the feds have given him the all clear, right? Nothing corrupt or nefarious going on here. So, the people of Texas in his district just had a complete overt criminal, representing them. Instead of the potential progressive alternative, here we had Jessica Cisneros. And if you look at the results here, guys,
look at that.
22,901 for Henry Cuellar versus
look at that shit.
612. Okay.
That's 289 votes, bro.
He won by 300 votes, guys. If Nancy Pelosi did not come over the top and aggressively support him during this election, then in all likelihood, Jessica wins.
Yes.
And we could have avoided all of
And you would have had a progressive. Not a fucking criminal.
this, right? But there's the Democratic Party for you, right? We don't care that he's anti-choice, right? One of the core planks of what Democrats are trying to run on in these elections. We don't care that he's anti-choice and he's conservative on a whole host of other issues as well. Essentially,
and they expect to coast through this election season on abortion and things like on topics like abortion, right?
Republican. And we also don't care, apparently, that the feds just raided his home in regards to a corruption probe. And so that's how you end up in the position that we are right now. Now, again, I'll finish off making the same point I made at the beginning of this video. We need to treat the currently legal forms of corruption and bribery in the form of lobbying and super PACs and the rest of that campaign finance. We need to treat that in the exact same way that the DOJ is treating this current indictment of a quid pro quo. Because
quid pro quo.
I mean, the alternative is that what? We're trying to give the implication that super PACs and billionaires and corporations dumping millions and millions of dollars into all of these elections, that has no impact on anybody's policy positions. These corporations, these billionaires, they're just giving them that money out of the kindness of their heart without anything expected in return. I mean, that's the whitewashing, essentially, of the corruption in this country, is this pretend game that, you know, our campaign finance system is not directly legalized corruption and bribery. And so anyways, I'll finish off with that, you know, criminalize corruption in the United States of America, especially for politicians. I mean, these are people who are
criminalize crime, bro. Like the most important crime is like this kind of crime. period like high level financial crimes, political corruption, like this is the shit that we should be taking seriously in our society. But there are people in prison for fucking non-violent drug offenses, you know,
supposed to be representing their constituents, and instead they're selling themselves out.
Politic guy has the best politics.
All right, chat. I don't know how this happened. Well, I know how it happened. I was late. Plus we got, you know, kind of deep into a lot of our convos and a lot of the topics we talked about this evening. Life for smoking weed every day. What? I mean, true, but what? I'm sorry we didn't get to fun shit. I started so late and we got a little stun locked, but it's okay. It was a good first stream back for a while. It took a little bit of time off, just a lot of shit going on IRL. Good morning, Graham. But it was good to see you all, and I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. I'm gonna be, I believe, Brett, aka Cinemarxism, and I are gonna be talking to some students from the UCLA encampment tomorrow to talk about strategies and criticisms of strategies, and you know, just basically have a discussion on what the organizing should look like going forward, to keep it general. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to learn more. Go follow my socials. Go join the Discord to keep up with the community outside of the stream and to be notified when we go live. I hope you all enjoyed your stay, because I enjoyed your company. I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Let's take this party somewhere. Oh, Left Flank Vets is back. Let's go. W. Let's go say welcome back to Marcus. Got fucking banned for a bit. I believe because of copyright. I don't remember, but let's see. Let's make this our fucking thing. You know what I mean? Or whatever, something like that. Much love, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me. Remember to take your meds. Remember to stay hydrated. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Don't be a dick. But also, don't be a pussy. All right? I'll see you guys later. Night, everyone.
A new kind of love.
Bye-bye.
Genetically altered. Enough of love light. And I can't love.